Hello everyone, it's Molly. Come on in. If you're new, welcome to my channel. I know we have some new people. And if you're not new, welcome back. Thanks for coming back. This video is going to be a little bit slower of a process. So those of you that have watched me do a lot of boxes may find yourself needing to kind of fast forward through some of this. But those of you that haven't, this is a good video for you to watch because I'm going to step back and slow down a little bit and go over some of the basics. And then when we get started, make sure I get every step included. I think generally I do a good job, but then I assume people are watching every single video I have, and you may not have seen how I do something. So we're going to go through all of this together. So it's probably going to be a longer video. So let's, and also this is a custom order I had. So, and she knows that I'm going to be recording the video. But it'll be done by the time, and I'm going to keep her in the loop the whole way. So it may be interesting. We may have changes along the way. I hope not, but I'm going to try and take baby steps with her so she can see the color scheme and the lid layout, before I add rhinestones, like that type of thing. Okay. So with that being said, this is she requested a 6x6 box. These are actually 5.91 by 5.91. And they are sold on Amazon, and I have them in my Amazon list. Guys, these are not cheap. They're a little over $10 a piece. They're like $10.50 a piece. But that's okay. And this is why, you price things fairly for you at the end. So I also, okay, so back to the box. I don't know what I was going to say. So this is where you get it from. Now you have to, these lids only go on one way, which is super, super annoying. Here's the other thing. You're going to have to take a gamble and know you might not be able to use the top of your box because things can happen. And so, oh my gosh, I can't find my words this morning. I have a Dremel, and I go into the lid maybe this many times on all sides. Your lid may fit right now, but after you add that paint, it may not. This is the other reason why I spray paint with a 2 times primer and paint in one. I think it's Rust-Oleum. And this one will be black, and then we're going to have light colors around it. But I like the back behind it because then it really makes everything pop. So with that being said, you have to sand. And then if it's still too tight, and this is the same for those 4x4 boxes that we use too, guys, you need to sand here too, but you have to be very, very careful. These are Chinese boxes, right? I mean, they're nice, good, solid boxes, but when you start sanding, this is what can happen. Okay, this is broken. I cannot use this box. I'm not going to glue it back together and send it to someone. I want to make sure after all my sanding's done that the box is in really good condition and that the lid goes on very loosely or to enough, and you'll learn how much you need once you paint it. Now, after you paint it, let it dry. Do not put the lid on the top. They will, look at what happened. Okay? You will not, forgot to ask my husband. This is a hinged box. It will not open at all. I have tried and tried and tried. So I don't know how we're gonna open it. And then I dinged it trying to put something in here. So don't put them together until you know they are totally, totally dry. And when I go through my process, we're going to work separately on the lid and on the box. So they can stay separate for pretty much the entire project until we get to the end, and it's done. And of course, you can set it on to see how things are looking and coming together, but then just take it back off and set it aside. Plus, it's easier to tile when you don't have the lid to fuss with when we get to the sides. Okay? So, hold on. Sorry. Okay. So that is your substrate. I have another one upstairs that is not broken, that I need to sand and spray paint. So the next clip that we have, that part will be done. Now, I'm not ready for the box yet. Well, oh, I got red paint on my desk. I forgot. I saw it earlier. Are you guys enjoying watching me clean? I just hopped on here. My whole thing needs to be clean. So anyway, then I want to talk about the theme that we're going to use. I want this to get wet. I gave some option. So there was a live sale that my friend hosted for me, and I did very, very well, and I am so thankful and blessed. During that, I sold a crown box, and I had someone reach out to me and ask if I would make her one. So these are not the crowns that I used. I think I have like 8 different crowns, and I gave her 6 choices, and she chose this one. So in this one, I'm going to actually make another crown box. I don't want my stuff to all be the same. So unless somebody wants something very specific that I've already made, I'll use the same picture again for them. But the whole mosaic, you know how mosaics are. It's how they come together. And you will never be able to replicate exactly. I mean, you probably could if you really, really wanted to. But you'd have to have the other box in front of you to be able to measure each tile. And we're not doing that for this, because this is going to be her own piece. So, and I like doing things one and done, really. So, this is the one she picked. This one I'm going to be doing at a later date before my next sale, because it was wildly popular. And it's a little different than the one. But what I did is I measured the top of the box with some cutters I had. And this is going to be the background. And then where the crown is going to be the centerpiece. And you'll see the black around the outsides to frame it, the black paint. So that's how I determined what size I needed. And I'm a graphic designer by trade, so I use InDesign and Photoshop and Illustrator, and I use InDesign to size my items exactly as I need them. This one's going to go on a smaller box, that's why it's smaller. And we're not worrying about this one right now. But anyway, so then you have to look at it and you have to decide, what colors do I want to use? We learned from the last project I did of a storage box, when you try to match every single color in a photo sometimes, you end up with a big ugly mess. In my opinion, I'm sure people out there love what I did, but I didn't. So anyway, I'm going to follow my process that works for me. And I'm going to focus on the colors down here. So I cropped it, and I got 2 rows of these flowers. And I have wood squares. You can make clay squares out of scrap. Either one will work. But I'm going to glue them on and then resin them so that they become in tiles. And it'll only be pieces, but the whole thing will tie together. Okay? So that's where I started. I needed my printout so I could start thinking about colors and so that I could start getting prepped for the tiles that I'm going to need to get glued on, and then I'm going to resin this as well. I really like the resin because it really takes care of the photo. Now there's a big debate going on about the resin that I use, and not just the one I use, all of them, turning yellow if they're in the sunlight. I have not had that problem, but to be completely honest, I don't have anything in direct sunlight that I have in my house, even things that are hanging on the wall. The sun does come in, but it's not shining on it, and that's why I've never had anything yellow. But I was scolded a little about that, and I want to be transparent with you guys. So I guess if you're going to resin, do a test and hang it outside or something in the sun. I'm not sure. I have yet to do that, and I am going to do it. And it should happen fairly quickly, I'm told. So this, we'll do that. We'll do the wood blocks. Okay, so I just literally cut this out. I actually leave a little space because after the clay is done, we'll glue that on, and then I'll have a little bit of wiggle room to cut around the clay. So it doesn't have to be completely square. See, mine's a little crooked. I don't care. I just made a rhyme. All right, so this. Now, what is our next step? You can use scrap clay. Now, but I feel very strongly about this. When you are working with something so big that could stretch easily, you need to use souffle. Okay? You just have to. I mean, yes, you can use Primo. I shouldn't have made it sound so serious, but I have learned there is a place for Primo and there is a place for souffle. I do not use Sculpey 3. I hate Sculpey 3. It is not meant for things like this, and it gets very, very brittle. So I stick with Primo and souffle. Yes, I've tried Craft Smart's brand. You can definitely work with that if you want. I just haven't found anything I like as much as Primo and souffle. And because I sell my items, I'm able to afford to purchase them. And I had to make an investment to run this channel too, because I mean, you guys see the amount of supplies I go through. These boxes are coming in. I don't know what I'm going to do if they discontinue our boxes, because they're my top sellers right now. But so souffle, I mean, on these big areas will really help hold its shape, which is very important. And I have had it stretch even though I'm using souffle, but it helps you a little bit more. So the first thing we want to do is get my garbage out of here. Have a tray ready. So since we're going to be covering this with our crown, you can just go ahead and use scrap. Just make sure that it's souffle. And I don't know how much I really need here. I'm starting to get a little bit better at eyeballing. But you want to roll it out. And you want to have a tile or a glass. This is a glass top to roll things out on. Okay, and now I'm going to put it through my pasta machine. I have an Atlas 150 currently on a number 3. You can also do a number 2 if you want it to be a little bit thicker and a little bit sturdier. But I've been doing okay with the 3, so why waste the clay? So my camera's going to probably shake a little bit, guys, because my pasta machine's attached to my desk. So I'm going to go in and fold this like this, and then I'm going to run it through this way. So yeah, because you're not going to see this, guys, so that's why you can use scrap. Okay, I'm going to fold it over and I'm going to run it through this way. And then we're going to see if we have enough, which we do. Then I take a piece of wax paper. And if you're worried about the edges, there's a way around that too. We're going to stamp black ink around them. So this is all going to get glued. So it's okay if there's a little, I don't want bubbles, but we'll talk about that in a minute too. Okay, press down. When you're working with larger cutters, I always keep this drawer open, and I need to start shutting it, especially when I go on camera, because it probably looks like a hot mess behind me when I'm the other way, when you can see. Okay, this helps you. This is just a stamp acrylic block. You know, when you have those clear sticky stamps, you can put them on. And then this will come right off. Okay, hold on to your scrap. Try and remember what's souffle. Very carefully, try not to stretch it. Put it on your pan. And then, oh my gosh, I have got to get more room over here. Take a ceramic tile, okay? And you can tell I've had this with paint before. Put it on top. Why? This will keep it flat. It'll keep it from bubbling. Very important when you are trying to put a flat surface on a background. I rarely have a problem with my tiles. I mean, I could count on my fingers how many times I might have had an issue with that. So, yeah, I literally just very rarely. So I don't put these on my actual little tiles that I do. But I do want to make sure it's completely flat with no bubbles. And I have a clean surface for my centerpiece. Okay. Before I choke to death here. My nose is running down my throat. I hate when that happens. Okay. Love living with allergies nonstop. Okay, so no, I want to leave that on. And then I don't know. We already used this one. So I'm going to need to do 2 pans. But you know what I want to do? I want to turn my oven on. You can stack your pans like this, right on top of each other. Oh, you can't even see what I'm saying. Okay? The other one's down underneath this one. I'm going to go get some of this clutter out of the way, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to do the background that's going to go on the top. Okay, guys, so for the next step, I cut out... You'll see why, but we're not quite to this step yet. But I cut these out so that there was no white around them, that they bleed off of the edges. And then I'm like, you know, these are the colors we're going to be working from. So I went and pulled some paint. Now, these happen to all be golden. You don't have to use golden. I did a trial with some gouache paint, and it works okay. But I decided I like to go back to the acrylics if I have the colors I need. Because gouache is meant to be used with water. And I never had a problem with it until one project's actually on here somewhere. I don't remember which one. I know that the honeybee and the queen bee box video, it worked perfect and it was beautiful. And then I did another one, and it started, just when I put the sealer on, I think, it started to mix and started to run and thin out. And anyway, that was that project. This one's this project. So, I pulled these colors. I am going to do a little trial on the inside. So when we have our squares, remember, we're going to be putting this in the center. So I have a little bit of room in the center where I can try some colors, okay? And I'm just not sure if I'm going to use this or do I wait and use a wax afterwards. The blue is going to be a wax after. So you have to think this through, okay? And then the light green will go well because there's some green in here, and there's like inside of the flower there's some of this color. So, but we're going to test it because you can think one way and then all of a sudden you're like, well, I don't like that, and now it's too late and I got to do this again. This is the part you don't want to have to do again. So I have a half a brick of Sculpey Souffle Poppy Seed. That's the black. Now, I cut mine this way, and I point my razor kind of like, oh, I just messed up. Darn it. I'm going to try and do the back side now. You got to kind of watch on the sides to see if you're getting a thin strip. It's just something that'll go through your pasta machine. And I'm a little thick up here, so no worries. I'm going to roll this out. In the comments, the very first comment I have pinned is my Amazon list. There's also a link in there to blueberry beads. They are so inexpensive compared to anywhere else. I encourage you to shop from there if you're buying clay. They also sell Cernit clay, which I really like. They're metallics anyway. I use a lot of their metallics. There. Now this will go through. And we need a lot of it, guys. This project's going to need a lot of clay. I mean, a lot, because it's a big box. So they're linked in there. And my Facebook page is linked in there because I oftentimes put extras on it. I know what's going to happen here. This is why I wish I could use my 180, because I would get an extra. The only difference between the Atlas 150 pasta machine and the Atlas 180 is that you get another inch, which is a lot when you're working with clay. And I guess pasta too. Okay. And souffle, you don't even have to run through as much as you do with Primo, which is kind of nice. Saves you some elbow grease. Oh, here it is. We're just going to make it. I'm going to go ahead and cut off this extra with maybe the right side of the blade. Here's another tip. Other than my hair is falling out. Gross. Okay. My other tip is, what was I even talking about? Oh my God. I got sidetracked and now I don't know. And that's what you guys want to know. Oh, I don't know. And it probably won't come back to me. This is what we're going to do next. We're going to use premium ready gold leaf on here. And then we're going to put a texture on it. Then we're going to finger paint it. Then we're going to bake it. And that's going to be the background for our crown. Now, this is it's Craft Smart and it's sold at Michael's. The ready is the important part you want to look for. It is also on Amazon and it's on my list. It's cheaper at Michael's if you want to run in there. You'll save yourself $2. There's 18 sheets and it is very easy to work with. It doesn't crumble like other gold leafs do. So it's worth its price in gold, literally. Okay, so then, I mean, I'm touching it and it's totally fine. So then you want to get it, I ripped it a little because I was being a smarty. Now souffle, when you have primo, this stuff sticks down like in a heartbeat. When you have souffle, you have to burnish it a little bit, just with your hand. Because it doesn't stick as much as well as it does. See that? Oh, hello, get back on there, little guy. It came right off. Now I'm going to try and push this clay together. And then I had a little corner, so I was able to cover up where I was touching it. Okay, so that's all you need to do at this point. Except, you want to work on a piece of wax paper, also on my Amazon list. This is the brand I like. There are some that are too greasy for me. It's like a mix of a wax sheet and a deli paper sheet. Here's why. It will not stick, and you know, when things stick and you try to pick them up, it's going to stretch. And we do not want this to stretch. I may even cut it out right on my cookie sheet. That's another tip you can do. Now, there are many, many, many texture sheets. I'm going to be using this one, and this is also on my Amazon list. This is 7 by 9.5. So it's really good for large pieces. I also recommend using the hard plastic when you're doing gold leaf because it tends to not stick to pick up your gold leaf. And then you've got a stencil that is really hard to clean. The pieces you see on here are from when I use different colored gold leaves. But when we do this, it shouldn't come up. Now, there are two sides to this, and I want to make sure the side I want to be imprinted is down. And I use this one all the time, and I want this side down. It really doesn't matter. Both sides are pretty. I just tend to be a little particular about what I want, especially when it's for someone else. You just don't want to miss any details, you know? And I mean, look how far we've come. We're about getting ready to paint this and bake it. So the whole top design comes together pretty well. It's when we start getting into the tiles and into the gluing. There we go. It didn't pick up anything. It's all here. This may not be so easy to see, but I have a really good impression here. Now, what I was talking about the test area is this guy's going to go in the middle, right? So I have the center portion, and I'm going to put this here. You want to have a baby wipe or a wet paper towel. I am a baby wipe queen. So we're just going to finger paint and another piece of wax paper. just in case you get too much on your finger. You don't want a lot on your finger. Let's test this out. Actually, it's pretty good. I wonder though, and then I have copper. It's funny. How these two work together. Hold on. Why am I keep putting the lids back on? I don't need to. So I'm debating. I'm sorry, I gotta think through this. I don't mean to be sitting here not talking or doing anything. Gosh. And I can't blow my nose on camera. All right. Every time I record a clip, I can't pause it. It's start and stop. So I have to go and save it, start a new video every time. I can't just pause it. It's so annoying. I gotta look at a different program. But I'm wondering, if this red flame would go on better at the end. It seems to match. I don't know. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're not going to use the magenta. And it doesn't matter. It's fine. Because I have these colors we can put on in wax if I feel that they're missing. We are going to go in with the copper. We are going to go in with the Titan Mars Pale. I love how they name their things. It's like, huh? Whatever. And light Phthalo green. Vert de Phthalo Clair. If you are French. And I know I probably really destroyed that word. Okay. I'm leaving the magenta out. And I am very particular about the order I go in because the paints mix differently. And I don't want my green to go on last. Copper first. Now I'm doing just little spots all the way around. You don't need to do the whole thing unless you're just having so much fun that you can't help yourself. And that's alright, because we need to have fun while we're doing this. I have to go to work in a little bit here. I work full-time, guys, so if you are new to my channel, I do this at between 3:30 and 7 o'clock in the morning when my husband gets up. And I work from home, so I don't have far to go to the office. I got a little carried away. I just put the green on the copper, and now I have green in my lid. If you're also new to my channel, you are going to see me work through my mistakes. I do not cut them out. I leave them in. This is a learning channel. I also welcome comments. Private message me on Facebook. Again, my link is pinned at the comments to get there. On any tips or guidance. Because I appreciate the feedback. Please be nice. That's all I ask. I just don't. I'm not going to get into it. Just please be nice. Because we're a nice channel here. Nice people. Got great people, actually. Now, I got a little heavy-handed here. Remember, we want to still see the gold showing through. Again. Oops. There's a way around that, too. This paint does not dry as quick as some of the little bottled paints. So you have a little bit more wiggle room, but it is still acrylic paint. I mean, it's gonna dry. Remember, I'm gonna be adding some waxes after this comes out of the oven. Do not put your waxes in before you go in the oven. Please. It's going to smell like you're burning your house down. And it smells bad, and I'm sure it's not good for you. It sucks because then they would dry because of the heat. Now, I think I want a little bit more here. Let me make sure this is going to cover. Maybe a little more down here. This is going to be so pretty. I love these colors together. I'm glad we didn't go with the red. Like, you made the decision. You probably wanted me to keep it, and I can't tell that you want that. So, but wait until this all comes together. It's such a process. So now here's what I'm gonna do. I mean, it's so good. I just need a little red and a little blue in there. I'm gonna be very I think we're gonna be okay. All right. I just scared my dog. I was throwing my wax into the storage container that I just made in my previous video because it's on the floor because I have to clean my desk off. I don't even have a spot for it, guys. All right. So we have to take this off the wax paper. You do not need to dry your paint. Okay? Do not need to do that. You can if you want. Just take a blow dryer or a heat gun to it. It'll be dry in no time. But the oven dries mine. Okay. Can't even find anything. Here we go again. This is huge, right? And the other thing is when you have these big cutters and they're plastic, you can tend to curve it with your hands. So use the acrylic black to your advantage. I need to stand up. My dog's laying behind me. Billy, my other dog, he's a Brittany. He's orange and white with a pink nose. He weighs about 60 pounds. He's a big Brittany. He's been my buddy down here. Mo's in his pen. But Billy's been coming down and laying behind my chair. He's like obsessed whenever I open the door. So I'm going to take this out. Guys, you need to wipe off your edges because you're going to have gold foil and paint. And the next time you go to use it on something, I do it all the time. I forget to do that. And then you're like, oh, swell, now I have pink in my green project. There. Okay? Done. I didn't have to pick it up. I don't have to worry. Here's the other thing. You can still use this, even though it has paint on it. That's how my scrap was that we just used for the background, for the back of this. Okay. Now it's time to shake and bake. But I want you to put down a coaster. My coaster, you can get tiles from Lowe's pretty cheap, maybe $1. I don't know. I haven't priced them. These are actually a case of ceramic coasters that I had ordered to do actual coasters that I didn't really like that doing them that much. But I haven't done them in a while. This will work fine. I've done plenty of these, and it really helps. In fact, I'm going to put... Which one do I want on top? Does it matter? Because the one on the bottom is going to get the more weight. I'm going to go this way. Again, stack them. There's still room because that coaster's... You can't even see. There's still some room for air to get in here because the coaster's sitting on top. And that way you don't have to bake these separately if you have a countertop oven. That's what I recommend. Please don't cook in your regular oven. You can. You're not supposed to. I always did when I first started and I couldn't afford a countertop oven. You bake according to the manufacturer's directions, which is usually, I bake at 275 no matter what kind of clay it is. Notice advertisement. Do not microwave. Oh, 275 Fahrenheit or 130 Celsius. 30 minutes per 1/4 inch or 6 millimeters thickness. Okay, you know my opinion on that. There's another debate. Everyone says cook them for an hour. When I have large pieces like this, I like to cook them for about 35 to 40 minutes. I do not go an hour. I've never had to do it, and I've never had a problem. For my tiles, I only cook in a preheated oven. Let me preface that. My oven's on right now. Then my tiles, I only cook for 25 to 30 minutes. Never had a problem with them. They're thin, and I think if you're working on something thicker, you have to cook it a lot longer. And I don't want anything to burn. And people say things should never burn for an hour. I don't know. Especially if you're using translucent, it'll burn. My opinion, and it's not a popular one, but it's what I do, and it's what I'm going to continue to do. So, this is going to look gorge. And we're going to cover these rhinestones with a whole bunch of little rhinestones at the end of the day. So I'm going to go pop these in the oven. And then I'm coming right back because we're going to do... What time is it? Okay. I have time to do the next part of the next step, where we're going to use this. Let me pop these in. It's right over here. I have to walk around Billy, my dog. Okay. In she goes. Alright. The reason I have to pop off of here in a little bit is because I pack a lunch. My husband comes home for lunch, but I pack a lunch pail with snacks and drinks in it. And I usually quit when he gets up. I don't have to really work until 8 or 9. I like to start at 8 because I don't want to work past 5, especially in the summer. Yeah, I'm a graphic designer. I have been for 30 years, and I love it. Work for a healthcare technology company. We have operating room equipment and the sterilizers that sterilize the instruments after surgeries, and it's nice to have a job where you're doing a good thing. I love my company. All right. So, then you can use clay, but I have these wood cutouts, and I am just going to go ahead and use them. Now, here's the thing. Oh, I didn't realize I had a new bag. These are on Amazon. I don't know if they're on my list, you guys. Oh, I'm going to have to add them. Okay. So, these are 1 inch. Okay. And we're going to be doing this on the back, but basically, we're just going to lay them out randomly and then we'll cut around them. We're going to glue them. And I have 2 of these because I don't know how many I'm going to want to use. 2, 4, 6. So let's just assume we use 2 on each side. That would be 8. So I know I want 8 of these. And then I have this side. These are more expensive. I have this size, but we're not going to use that. It's too big for a box. Well, it's too big for what I want to do with this box. Now, some of these aren't the exact same height, and I don't care. I like dimension. Your tiles don't all have to be exactly the same. I mean, I wouldn't go to gigantic differences. 2, 4, 6, 8. This seems like a lot, but I don't know. 2, 4, 6, 8. Okay, so these are what I want. Get them out of the way. And then, here's what we're gonna do. For this project and any clay mosaic project, I recommend Weld Bond. It's an industry standard for mosaics. It is a white glue, and it's super adhesive, and it dries crystal clear. It's permanent and a little flexible. Flexible is not a bad thing all the time, you guys. Now my bottle's almost empty, so I gotta shake it up. I can't believe my lid on this one never clogged. So, I know this is going to get on my desk. My desk is easy to clean. You want to be generous, but not so generous that you're going to have a problem. Here's another tip. Because you don't want it too thick. It does not need to be too thick. I have a silicone brush. You just take a wet paper towel or a wipe to it when you're done. No brushing, no cleaning the brush in the sink. You don't have to use one. They are on my list as well. I have a thinner one that's about 1 inch and another one that's probably 2.5 inches. Okay. You can hardly see where I'm going here. I can hardly see. Okay. Now, we're going to put these down. And then we're going to let them dry. This is a perfect time for me personally to, I'm going to get over there. Shoot. The surprise is in the end when you cut them out. Wait until you see. Sometimes you get 1 or 2 that you're like, meh, but that doesn't happen too often. Now, how am I going to get my scissors in between here? I'll do it. They're little. You might need little scissors, but you can do it. Okay. These are down. And I'm going to set this one aside, but we're going to come back to it in a second. I'm going to do this side. Come on. Come on. Okay. Clean off the top of this when you put the lid down, please, or it'll get clogged. If you're trying to, like mine won't open. If you're trying to go this way, Robin said put Vaseline, a little bit of Vaseline around the edges, and it won't do this. I've been relying on my husband's advice. Like, I have him do it. I don't even watch. I don't know how he does it. I just love him, and I'm so glad he does it. He's so supportive of me. And I spent a lot of time down here. Next week is the 4th of July, and I am off the entire week. So I'm going to be working away down here. I'm hosting a party. I have to clean my house. That sucks. But yeah, I'm hosting. And I have about 20 people coming, my family. And it might grow to 30. Because I was trying to keep it small, but I think we're going to invite my husband's parents, mom and stepdad. Watch. This is, I don't know what that was. I got a flyaway. All clean. This tends to warp, but I'm going to show you something. There's one spot I was trying to get on the back, and guys, I'm so sorry. It's so gross that I'm coughing. I'm looking through this to my fluorescent light, and I can see where this is lining up to get, I wanted to get this part in here. Okay. Now, what a hot mess, right? It's fine. Take your heat gun or your blow dryer on heat, hot, heat. I think you guys know that. What I'm doing is I'm drying from this side. Now, do you see how this just instantly started going the other way? To help get it flattened out. See if you can see this way. Just like that. Best thing to do is then to walk away. Which is what I'm going to do, because I got to clean myself up, put some things away, and go get ready for the day. Okay. I'll be back when they come out of the oven. That'll be tomorrow morning. Be my next clip. We'll cut these out, and then we'll pick our clay tiles, and we'll mix our clay to get the exact colors that we want. I hope you guys have a good day. I know I'm going to be back in 1 second, but doesn't feel like it to me. Okay? Bye. Hi, guys. I may have to cut this short. I just got on here, but remember the tiles that we glued onto the paper? I've already cut some out. I'm going to do a couple with you guys. Moe is driving me nuts because I just let him in. Let me cut these out. Hold on. See, whenever he does this, it makes me, it flusters me. Moe, please stop. No! God, I feel like I'm yelling at you guys. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. This is just not gonna work well. Let me cut these up, and then, I don't know. I think he just likes to go outside to know that he's gonna get a treat when he comes back in. Call him the Cookie Monster. He sounds like the Cookie Monster when he eats his little treats, too. But he is so smart, and he just knows how to take advantage. And then I have no choice to buy it, because I want to get this video on the roll. And it is not the morning. I am here after work, because there's some stuff I want to let happen overnight. Please be quiet, please be quiet, please be quiet. Oh. Are you kidding me, dog? Alright. this is what you get, folks. Seriously? Are these not gorgeous? They're going to get resined one by one. One by one, I'll resin them. All right, let me go take Mo out. Guys, I'm sorry. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. That has to be so much better now. The TV is off. I'm sorry I had it on before. I didn't even realize. I'm sure that was annoying. And Moe seems to be fine now. So, anyway, back to these. They just came out like so perfect. And when I resin them, the colors are just going to pop. And when I resin this, the same thing's going to happen. So the other thing that you want to do is go around the edges and make sure everybody laid down. Okay? It's tedious, but it's necessary. I have a problem once in a while. I was hoping to find one that didn't so I could show you what I do. These are all down though. These came out really nice. Oh my God, they're gorgeous. Now, once in a while, you're going to find something that hasn't been trimmed. You need to, like, kind of set back a little bit with an angle. Make sure they're clean. Okay. I'm not having any issues, which is hilarious, because I usually have one or two that... Well, here's one. Okay. Sometimes you get a little bit of the wood off of it, but, you know, you just want it to be clean. Oh, that's fine. These are all fine. I have one that... Here, let me... Little edge here. Okay. So... If you can see here, I'm sorry about my nails. This one had a little gluing issue. So here's what I do. I take Gorilla Glue, the super glue, and I have the brush on it. And you gotta wipe it off. There is so much glue on this when you take it off. We're just doing a tiny space. So try and save your fingers. And go in here. And then work your way up to the edge. Bingo. You do want to see it come out on the sides a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. Because you want to know your corner is totally down. Okay, that's how you fix that. I don't care that it's on the edges. It's going to dry in a hot minute, and we're going to do something. Oh, gosh. Which one was that? This one? Why did I just throw it down like it was nothing? It was this one. I'm setting that aside a minute. Okay, so we want to use our StazOn. You can also use Ranger, but it has to be an archival ink. Okay, guys? This is glossy paper that this is going on. Wait, stop. I want to talk about this for a minute. Where do I get my images from? I'm sure you're all asking. Etsy. Digital downloads. All you have to do is search. Make sure they're commercially released so that you can use them if you're selling something. If you're doing it for yourself, they don't need to be. Find what you want. They are so inexpensive to download. They're like, well, some aren't. I think this might have been $5, $6, $7. for the whole kit and caboodle of them. But, you know, you got to add your pennies up when you're making something to make sure you're not going to go broke, right? So, and then you know, like I said, I'm a graphic designer, but I also invested in a laser printer recently. If you don't have a laser printer, and I have gloss, this is gloss paper, cardstock. Well, heavy pound. If you don't have one, what I did before I was able to do that is I went to staples.com. I'm going to be honest with you guys. And you can only do it online because your store is not going to have the proper paper. You go to staples.com. Hold on. I'm going to show you something. Because if you're trying to save money, I'm coming. I'm just looking for my paper. There's one in particular I really want to show you. Okay, we haven't used this one yet. This is from Staples. I did not have my printer. I was just recently able to afford to buy myself a printer, and my printer was only like $400. But you have to watch because your ink is going to cost you just about the same when you run out of the starter that they're sending to you. Oh my God, I'm being so loud. I'm sorry. When you see my different clips of when I'm quieter, it's because it's so early in the morning, and it's just because it's early in the morning, and I don't want to wake anybody up. Okay, anyway, so this is the gloss heavy stock you get from Staples. Look at these colors, guys. I cannot wait to use this print on something. It is very whimsical, and this will work awesome with black and white checks. So go to Etsy for digital downloads. And then if you don't have a laser printer, and you can use your inkjet, I'm just saying, I just don't prefer that. I just don't. And Kathy at Royal will tell you, or at Funky Junk will tell you, that's what she does sometimes, but she's decoupaging, which is very different. And then I have my steampunk butterflies, which I'm going to do a new project with soon. Oh my God, I get so excited about all this stuff. All those are from Staples. In the meantime, later on, I was able to get my own printer. So this is what I do. So I just wanted to point out that's where I get the images from. Now, another thing. I spray painted the box. And I know a lot of you are like, why wouldn't you just paint it, blah, blah, blah. Here's the thing, and I'm sorry if I said this before. Paint is very thick. When you can do a spray paint coat, first of all, you're getting in all of the nooks and crannies. And you're not putting on such a mean coat that it's not going to stick. Okay? But oh, and here's the paint I use. I wanted to show you guys this because it's always been out in the garage. Okay. This is the paint I use to cover. There's also a gold metallic from Rust-Oleum that I use on my gold pieces. These are the two colors I use. If I need to paint something a different color, I will, if it's a custom order. Now, that being said, I will not just let it go with spray paint. I take Americana Lamp Black. That's very important if you want to follow how I do this. Lamp Black, okay? This is going to go around the edges here because the center is going to be covered. It's going to go on the inside. I am not putting it along these edges. I'll put it on the inside here. It will not go around these edges. And it'll go on the bottom. I do not need to do the sides. This is all going to be tiled. You're not going to see it. Okay? So, that's going to be one of our next steps that we do. This is my process. you can paint the whole thing however you desire. Okay? Now, these came out of the oven. These are sticking because I seal things on my tray. And everybody that's been following me knows I have messy trays all the time. Doesn't matter, they still work. So this is the one that this is going to go on. And then, look at this. Oh my God, it's so beautiful, but I want to do a couple things to it. So this is the center one. Now, there's a little bit more pink in here that I feel I'm missing. Like a brighter pink, not a peachy color. And then I want to do my blues. So the reason I'm coming on after work instead of before work, which is really, really rare for me, is I want this to dry overnight with the wax. So my next step is, oh my gosh, my wax is way over here now because I made this new bin. Okay. Actually, sorry, I know I go back and forth, but there is a process to this. I want to glue this down because I want to cut it out. I want to send my customer a picture of the top tonight, as far as I am. This is a good place to stop. You just need to remember to reiterate. You're still going to add your crystals and your border blings and all those kind of things, okay? So, did I actually put my paintbrush away? I did. Wow, I'm proud of myself. I'm using my silicone brush again. I have so many pop-ups coming up on my computer. I only have half a screen. I might need to take a hot minute to close those. Thin coat. Guys, please don't do a heavy coat. You're going to have bubbles and wrinkles. But make sure you get those edges. And if you don't, I just showed you the trick of what to do. Okay, now I have to wipe this off because I don't have a wax paper to set it on. I'm going to get my desk cleaned off real quick. You guys love coming to watch me clean, don't you? All right, but that is paper, so I do need a paper towel. Come on, buddy. Dry off here real quick. Now, this gives you a few minutes before it dries. I'm going to put this on. Now, you can't see, I keep saying now. Jeez, how annoying. You can't see what I'm doing, but I am looking up at my light, and I'm determining where I want this to be centered on the background, because I can see this through the light. So just hold it up to a bright light or a window. Okay? So now I know where I want it. Okay. That part's done. Coming back in a hot minute. So, pink. Oh shoot. Oh gosh. I put my papers up right where my spinny goes around. They belong in a drawer on the other side of, opposite side of me. I have this pink. This is Inca Gold. I'll show you in a second. Oh, it's not even going to show up. Oh, it does a little. Looks a little purple. I'm not crazy about that. Oh, why didn't I do it in the middle? Oh, well. You guys, when I get done working at the end of the day, my brain is fried. I've been on the computer for 9 hours, and I'm just... This is why I like to do this in the morning. It actually works. It's not bad. It made it a little pink up here, but that's not what I was going for. Now, I still want to figure this out. And you know, the biggest mistake we can make is overdoing stuff. Do it in the middle. And it works perfect. Look how lightly I'm going to go. I'm going to go over that pink a little bit. Very lightly, guys. Don't cover up your other colors. Just try to blend in with them a little bit. And you don't need that much. You really don't. Now, the one color I am missing is the blue. And I'm thinking the Blue Lagoon matches this blue pretty darn well. And so does the deep blue. Where's my deep blue? Old denim. Maybe I'll just use the old denim. Let me see something. Old denim looks purple, so I'm not going to use that. See, we have an advantage. We didn't have to do a test piece, right? This blue looks pretty good. It matches in a lot with the green color we used earlier. So I don't need a whole lot of that. Now here's the thing I've found. Sometimes you can heat dry your waxes and it works, and other times it doesn't. So I don't know what to tell you. Sorry, I don't mean to sound like that, but I don't. I mean, I'm going to go bold here for a second. I'm taking Inca Gold Red. I'm hitting a few spots. Okay, you're the artist. You decide where you want that paint to go and what you want to do with it. Oh, getting back to, you know, I'm always distracted. So getting back to that. Oh, God. Wax. I don't know. Inca Gold doesn't really dry that well, but the Art Academy does. If you were looking for these waxes in I have them in my Amazon store, I swear. If not, go to Etsy. Just search Prima, Prima wax. Okay? They don't have all the colors there. Amazon has some different ones, but they're cheaper on Etsy. All right, now, let me put my glue away. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go right up against the edge as our guide. Sometimes you can cut the clay. I just did. Just watch it. Just watch it and be careful. You know, these came out like so perfectly flat, but when I put the glue on it, this one started to bow a little bit. But it's fine. We're going to glue it down and it's all going to be just fine. I think this is gorgeous. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Hold on. This is the Stays On ink I started to talk about. You need to use this or the Ranger or any kind of archival. Make sure it's archival. It'll wipe right off of here the second you get to it. You don't have to do this part. I always do. I frame all of my images. It does not need to be perfect. At least I don't like mine to be perfect. Okay, you're adding dimension when you do that. I'm also going to do it to this piece. I'm not worried about the wax. That's not a problem at this point. But I want the wax dry before I start gluing the centerpiece on. And I'm also at a point where I need to show my client where we're at. Okay. So that's a finger dauber there. Oh, they should. Do I have those on my Amazon list? I have my big one. I love this big one, but they get torn up very quickly. That's a 2-finger dauber. I know that's on there. Okay. And the Stays On is on my list. It lasts forever, guys. Don't be afraid. I think it's $9 or $10, $11. Don't be afraid. It'll last you forever. It's so easy for me to say, huh? It's not my money. So centerpiece. Where's the box? Let's look at the lid with this on it. Now I still have to paint the top of the box. Here you go. We'll put rhinestones around it. I think this is really coming along. I hope she agrees. I'm struggling with these bright greens and blues in here. A little bit. Okay, so when I come back, what are we going to do when I come back? Actually, you know what we're going to do right now? I said I was going through this whole process. You guys can fast forward if you want. I'm going to paint this. This, I need a good paintbrush for. I don't even know what this is. Meeden, I don't know. Did not put in enough paint. Now I probably have too much. Whoopee! All right. You may want to put down a piece of scrap paper. Actually, I usually do. Even though my desk is easy to clean up, I just usually like to do that. Okay. Then I'm going to do the sides. Because you will see the sides, even though I'm going to probably put a trim around here. Oh man, I forgot to charge her for... I forgot. Okay, never mind. That's my business, not anybody else's. Hold on. Just hold it 1 second. Oh, look. Am I even in the camera? Or are you all focused on the mess I just made? Yeah, hold on one sec here, guys. Let me do something. I love this because it's so easy to clean up, but on the other hand, it drives me nuts. I have a piece of scrap paper. Let's use this side. The one thing I love about this Deco Art Americana Lamp Black is that it dries so easily and quickly. I mean, I am not one to tout getting your paint out of a bottle. And I think you know that because I use golden mostly. Hey guys, I am back. Listen, my last clip, something went wrong with it, and the end of it got, I had to cut it off in order to save the video. Something just happened during the recording, so I don't know. So I'm sorry about that, but, I watched it, but, all you missed was I painted the, box. Now, I don't think I did this with you. I'm sorry if I'm repeating myself. I'm using that lamp black that I talk about all the time. And then I went ahead this was $8. So I went ahead and got the big one. It might be cheaper at Walmart, guys, than Amazon. I didn't think of that. Because I use so much of it. And you know, I've said this before, I really like using black as my substrate because the colors just pop on black. So, because black is the absence of light. It's truly not a color. That's what it is. The color is the absence of light. I guess it is a color, but okay. We don't need to get into all the scientific things I learned in school. Okay, so when I painted this, I did not do the sides because they're going to be covered up. And I did not do the rim here. And I did not do the rim in here. Right? Because I don't want to add. This lid is fitting perfect. I sanded it. And like I said, I sand with the Dremel. And you just learn how much is enough based on how tight your lid box was to begin with. I don't think I've ever had one I haven't had to sand, but I have definitely gotten some that are really loose and some that are really tight. So it's just a gamble. So then I took, the reason this is shiny is because I took Liquitex Basic Acrylics Gloss Varnish. And I painted right where I put the black paint. And I did do inside and out. The bottom, the top, the sides of the top. Because you'll see, I'm going to put bling around here. But you'll still see it. So I'm leaving this off because even the varnish will glue the lids together. So again, we're just going to keep these separate and set them aside. I want to go back to this because I really liked how this looked. Now remember, we put some of that varnish on here. So I went ahead and slightly did it in some areas around the edges. And I love it because it deepens the color a little bit. Makes the gold pop a little bit more. And so that works really, really well. So before we do our colors... Okay, so this is warped slightly, and you can hardly tell. This happens often when you put glue on a thin piece of clay, larger piece of clay, okay? And you can bend it all you want, but it's still going to go back to wherever it wants. So let's do this right now. No, we're going to wait a minute. Sorry, I haven't showed this to my client yet, so I'm hesitant to glue it. But basically, I'm going to use B7000 around the edges, weld bond in the center, and then I'm going to put it under a few ceramic coasters so it stays flat for like the day while it dries, and then it'll be totally fine. I do it all the time. And then we're going to resin. And I like to resin thick on the main image and resin thin on the outskirts. And that's when that black is really going to start to pop over here. And these colors are all going to pop. Now, I went ahead and pulled some colors. Let me grab a couple. Do you understand what I was saying about the sanding? Because I showed you in here that effect you can get. Okay. Put my sandpaper back and... Alright, here's what I decided to do. I pulled some colors. This Cernet Metallic pink has it's a darker, peachier kind of pink, and it really matches so well. Here, let me get a close-up of this. It just matches so well. Now, I decided to go a light route, but the main colors are going to be this blue, green, and pink, and pearl. Okay, this is the Sculpey. Why do I keep doing that? I can't. It's such a habit to thinking my camera is looking the other way. I know I did it with the Stays On ink, too, when I watched it back. I buy more of the pearl than I do of white. It is such a go-to because it mixes so well with any color. But our main colors are going to be pearl. And I'm going to add just a little bit of blue. And I'm going to add just a little bit of green. And when I do the blue, this is from a past project. I've been leaching this Cernet Metallic turquoise. I'm going to put in just a wee dab of the turquoise with this cornflower blue in hopes, I'll do a test first, obviously, in hopes that I can match that blue color better. Do I have the blue here somewhere? Yeah. So I'm thinking if I mix these two, I'll get the color I want. So let me have this keep cooking along. Okay. So I know my colors. I really want to glue this. We're going to glue it. Oh, God, I can't make decisions. I mean, I do, but it takes me a minute. It takes me a hot minute. Yeah, let's glue it. If she doesn't like it, I can redo the whole thing off camera. I'm not afraid to take creative liberties because that's what they're hiring me for. I just promised to keep her in the loop. I didn't promise her to make every decision. And I wouldn't want to work that way. It would be a nightmare. Alright, let's do weld bond first. I gotta shake this thing. Again, you want to be a little generous, but you don't need to put the whole bottle on the thing, you know? Wipe off the lid right away. This stuff dries. You got wiggle room with it, but it you know, after about 5 minutes, this might not go anywhere. It depends what you're sticking it to. And that's why this isn't varnished or anything. I mean, I know the center is, but it's still a little rough. I would have put another coat on here if I was just doing varnish. Now, Here, I was going to say, that was $1 million question. Where did this go? So I'm taking my silicone brush again. Guys, these come in so many different sizes. They have little paintbrush sizes. I wouldn't want a silicone one with bristles, but you can go to the kitchen department. The Dollar Tree might even have them. Okay, and I know we're putting on the B6000, but I want to cover everywhere I can. Now, hello. Clean this off. Now, here's the other thing. You got to think through what's going to happen if I put this on the edge. Now, it does dry clear. Uh-oh. But I wonder my lid wasn't going on all the way. Remember, I'm going to put a border around this. So I'm okay if it pops out, but I want to get close to the edge, because that's where it's going to really seal this thing from warping. The weld bond does not do a good enough job by itself. Okay. B7000. Gold. There's different colors of B7000, different types. I don't know why they do this, but you want the one that has the gold on it. Okay, that's on my Amazon list too. Now, can I do this? And again, you have some wiggle room. So I'm trying to get right on top of it. I did pretty good. Okay, I really wanted to glue this because I'm up early again and it can dry while I'm working today. Trying to not get it on my fingies. Gotta do my nails again. Okay. That's the nice part about having a UV lamp for resin. Can do LED nails. Or UV nails. Or what do they call it? Gel nails. Okay. So, I'm going to put 2 down on top of here. Did I move it? I'm looking at the camera. And my camera's a little angled, so it's not going to be exactly what I see. And this is good. So, it's going over here to its resting spot for the rest of today. Except, now how am I gonna... I guess I can use these for my colors. My green, my blue. I already know my pink doesn't need to be mixed. Oh, look, there's a little purple in there. I'm not gonna do purple. We're gonna stick with what I came up with. Alright, so now let's not start with that one. Let's start with the blue. The blue, we need to add in more color than anything else. This is Primo, or the pearl that I've been using, and it has a little bit of flecks in here from some glitter, but that's okay. So let's just do a test to see. Okay, this is Sculpey Bluestone Souffle. It is like one of my favorite colors. Favorite. I put it length down, cut a strip, run it through. Now, I am not going to need all this because we have to start really small. I wonder if this is even going to be too much. And what I'm trying to do now is do even parts. I don't need a lot of this. All right. Here goes nothing. Now, you guys are going to have to be patient because I am going to have to run this through like 10 times or something, but I'll show you along the way. So, you can start to see the colors coming through. That's Cernit, man. It does not like me. I think I got a bad pack. I just think that's what happened. So, it's looking kind of purplish. Maybe. It's not blending real easily. Can't tell yet. It's getting there. So here's what I do. When I get to my right color, I remember the ratios of how I put it together, right? And you'll never get it exactly the same, but I get as close as I can. And then when I go to do a bigger batch of it, I'll blend this in with it. So you just have one constant color. But if this gets trashed, I'll use it, but I don't want 2 arm lengths of it. The $1 million question I've been asked is, how do you know how much clay you need for how many tiles to fit that box? You don't. You live and learn, and you get an idea of what you need. I about know how much I need to fill a tray, and I know 1 tray per color is enough for most projects except for the large panels. And the boxes don't even need that many. The little ones, the 4x4s. The 6x6 is going to need more. Yeah, this needs more pearl. But the color's there. The main color's there. So watch, now what I have to do is I'm flattening this out before it's going in my machine, and I am working on a number 3 on an Atlas 150, thick, 0s being my thickest. Don't waste your clay. These tiles don't need to be that thick. And I don't recommend working any thinner than this, or things will start to stretch. I'm only going to put in, just start with that much. Sorry, I know it's boring. I think this is going to be much better. You can always add, but you can't take it away. So I ran that through the long way because I folded over, and now I'm going to fold it in half and run it the other way. That's how you get as close as you can to a good square rectangle too. This is looking really green. Blah, needs more blue. Should I add like a regular blue? And not this blue? Okay. You guys are like, why is she so quiet? I can kind of think and talk at the same time, but sometimes I get stumped. Sorry that my camera's shaking every time I roll this. It's attached to my desk and it's not on there very well. It's on as best as I can, but I work off of a farmhouse table and it has a lip on it. And it's just weird. I can't get it on like a regular desk. I might need to cut a little piece out of it. This is better. There we go. I don't know, guys. I feel like I'm either going too green or too blue. Oh, frustrating. Do this again. I'm usually really good at mixing my colors. I'm not doing so hot today. I like to get them as close as I can. I think it's worth taking the time to do that for your end gig, you know? One more pass through and then we're going to see where we're at. Okay. I think we're okay. I think we are just fine. Now, I got to do that color again, but I'm not going to do it with you on here. So I got to use some of this, and a lot of this. Okay. Okay, so that's going to be one color. You know what I can do? Yeah, that light blue will look just fine with that blue. It's looking purple on my monitor, but it might just be what I'm seeing. Okay. A grayish blue. I'm going back and forth again. Just adding a little bit more teal. Don't worry, I will do the rest of it off camera. I will not put you through that again, but I wanted you to see how my process. Okay. It's almost there. My clay's getting very soft. Needs to rust. Okay, I think this is perfect now. Got a little bit more of that teal in there. I'm not doing the dark colors because I decided I don't want the dark colors on here. There's plenty going on the lid. Okay, let me put my ceramic tiles back. It's already flat on there. Moving some things out of the way. And then tomorrow we'll resin, okay? these two here. All right, so I like to, that's why I buy these papers in bulk, start stacking. So that'll be one. This will be my next color. And this one should be relatively easy. So I'm not going to keep you on while I do the green. When I come back, I'll show you everything all rolled out. And if I messed with that light blue anymore. It's just you really don't need a lot when you're going for a very, very light color. Now you may say, what do you do when you get to the end and there's this big thick brick? There's a couple things. You can slice these and put them all through at once. It's just, you gotta line them up. And I'm sorry you can't see what I'm doing. And then they start to come together. Or you can do one of these. I can feel I have air in here. Air is not a friend of clay, guys. Not a friend. When you're running through, you want to always have your folded end at the bottom so the air can push through. If you're laying them over the top of each other to do a long width, there's room at the top and bottom for the air to escape. And then you just fold it over. This is such a little piece. Alright, so I'm going to finish doing this, guys, and then I'll be back. I can get to my mouse here. Oh, it's not working. I have too much stuff. Alright, be right back. Hey, guys, I'm back. And I'm sorry the TV is on in the background. I forgot to turn it down. But this is going to be real quick. These are the colors all rolled out. And usually it equals about 1 pack per... oh, the TV. Hold on. I'm sorry. I feel like I say I'm sorry all the time because I'm doing something wrong. Alright, so, yeah, but what I was saying is it usually takes about 1 pack of color, but because I blend my colors, I can't really say, but I can tell you that's what they equal out to. If not, they're pretty darn close. I forgot to tell you, the green came from this Spanish olive. I love it. It's primo. Okay. And then I have this much Sarnet left, but I did mix in a little bit. I did about 2/3 or 3/4 of the Sarnet, and then I added in some pearl to give it a little bit more pearlescent to interact with these colors and play a little bit nicer. And then we have these tiles, right? So I think we're on the right track. I'm going to check in with my client at this point. I was going to do it last night, but then I decided I'll get a little bit further. So I'm going to put this back under, although it's already pretty much dried and flat. Nothing's popping up. Knock on wood, but I'm still going to put it under there for the day so that it really has time to rest and settle. If it even does that, I don't know. I think it might. Found a couple other pieces too from in my stash that if I need them I can use, but I think on the sides I want to use, where did it go? Here it's hiding. I had to order more this morning, white gold or yellow gold glitter. Isn't that beautiful? I think I want to use that to mix in with it too. And then I'm going to do gold foil for the grout. Okay, so I've thought through to that point. So that is going to be it for today. And then tomorrow we'll start making some tiles and start getting those baked. And we'll get through it. These projects take a long time and they take a lot of patience. You know, I've talked to others that are like they would love to do it, but waiting for the clay to bake is not an option. So, especially if you're doing a live, that's why I can't really do lives with projects. I mean, there'd be no way. We'd be here all day and with no potty breaks, and that would really stink. So, let's regroup. In the next clip, we'll start making the tiles, and I'll let you know what the feedback is that I got from my client. Now, my mouse isn't working again. Oh boy. Maybe tomorrow will be better. Okay, bye. Okay, I'm back. So I wanted to let you know, and it's in the oven right now, so I can't show you. But I went in, you know, sometimes you need to walk away and come back, but I was not crazy about the background and where I had sanded off to get some of the black, because the body of this is going to be so light and airy, and I didn't want to do that to the tiles that are going to go on the sides with this. So, and I wasn't crazy about this dark blue. The more it dried, the more I was like, it really doesn't go. So, I didn't do it on camera because I did the exact same process for the base behind here. I just did not include that dark blue. So it's pink, copper, and I found this light blue. This is Americana Satin. This is a nice paint, guys. I found this on DecoArt's site. Their prices are good on DecoArt, by the way. I ordered directly from them because they were cheaper than anywhere else, including Walmart. And this is sky blue. And you know, it picked up on those highlights. So that's in the oven, and I did a tray of tiles. I did it twice, and then on the second one I stamped out the tiles. So those are cooking away, and I wanted to get started on the other tiles that we're going to use. So we already rolled this out previously, but as a reminder, I have an Atlas 150. I roll out on a number 3. My thickest setting is a 0. Wherever you're comfortable. I used to always use a 2, and just recently I switched to 3, and I'm getting used to it. The thicknesses don't seem like they're that different until you actually go to work with them, and you'd be surprised. And I'm saving a lot of clay by doing the thinner. So I had some stamps and texture sheets here that I'm debating which ones to use, and I think I'm torn between these two. I haven't used this one in a while. Let's use this one. Now, this is another plastic one. This is from Macon's, and it's like 3x5. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. 3x4.5. But they have the same textures, just in the larger sheet, and I think they're on my Amazon list. Which I might invest in, because working with these little ones can get a little frustrating. So, again, you have the two sides, and you want to make sure you're putting down the side that you want. I like to make sure the impressions, like where these swirlies are going to be imprinted. So, I'm just going to start on the side, and I'm going to take my brayer. If something starts to stick, then the trick is you spray it with some water. And you can pick it up and see how your impression's looking. And if you need more, and then we're going to put mica powder over the top. Perfect. I'm not going to cut across the center, but I want to get as much space as I can here. I mean, where they overlap in between. I don't need to cut over that, but while we're at it, might as well. This one's really in there. Add a little more muscle that time. I don't know how much clay this is, but it looks equivalent to a pack of clay. So I mixed in some of the pearl. That's why it's hard for me to tell you exactly what colors, because when I add to them. Now, I want to keep this nice and pink, and I think what I want to do is use this, this is Creative Arts by Jet Age Studio. Jet Age Studio is on Etsy, and this is called Moonshine, and I need to get some more. Chameleon, Pearl, series. And it's a pinky, whitey, you'll see. I'll pick this up in a minute. I have 2 pieces of wax paper down underneath because my amount of clay was too large for one sheet. So this is going to add a nice sheen, and depending on what angle you're looking at it, some shimmer and highlights. And that's exactly what I want. I don't want anything harsh on this. So I have to decide what to do on the blue and the green. I also like these swirls because they leave a nice space if I want to put rhinestones in the centers. Oh, I showed everything to my client last night, and she was very happy with how it's going along. She doesn't know I'm changing the background, but she will be happy I did, probably. She didn't say anything about it. I'm just so nervous right now because everything I sold at the sale is shipping. And UPS is so much cheaper. I had 8 go out for UPS and 2 go out USPS. And I use a third party called Pirate Ship. The prices are crazy. If I went to the UPS store, it would be $21 to ship a box, like a 10 by 10 size box that only weighs a pound. Whereas it was $5 on this third party service. They compete to get you their best prices. And then you just tell them you want it picked up. UPS man was right at my door, took everything. And then yesterday the post office came because I got my request in too late for everything to go on Monday. But they're all out in transit. And I'm just like, please be. I put fragile stickers all over everything. I'm like, oh my God. I bubble wrapped them. Like, I hope it's not too hard for people to open. You know, sometimes you get something, you're so excited to open it, and then you have so much trouble opening it. Now we want to make sure we pick this up, because the last thing we want is our tiles to have to peel off the tiles and have everything stretch, especially because I'm on this thinner paper, or thinner setting of clay. Just even it back out. Don't worry if it stretches while you're doing that. That's the perfect time for that to happen. Okay, let me put this back. Now, I have 3 go-to sizes that I use. I have a 3/4 inch square, a 1 by 1.5, and a 3/4 by 1.5. These all match up nicely, and they really help when you're doing your mosaics. Now, you can always cut these by hand. I can't cut square for the life of me, so we'll start with this one. Now, you want to make sure you get, let me do this last one, both directions. You don't have to. I don't know why I said that. It's just nice to have. Okay. And then, I know it's all over my hands, but you get this nice shimmer of a light pink. Ooh, there's my timer. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. In theory, I have something in the way of my mouse, which is what's causing the problem. Be right back. Okay. Sorry about that. But when the oven calls, plus that timer's annoying. So I left my oven on. I'm going to move up to this bigger size now. You know, you can always think, okay, I have 4 sides, but how many do I want of each? Well, I don't know. But I'm going to cut some of these into strips. These are Kemper. They push out the clay. You just have to be careful because sometimes you can get a little divot, the circle divot in the center of your clay. But they're metal. And here's the other thing I just thought of. You really don't want to use those cutters that are metal that wrap around and screw into each other because they're not really square. They warp and here, I've got one right here. This one isn't too bad, but you can see it's not, the sides are like warped in a little bit, and then when you cut it, you get a divot where the overlap is right here. I mean, they work fine. That's what I was using for a long time, but you can also easily go and find these that everybody's making now. Etsy is probably your best bet. Again, I don't know where I got these from. I know they were probably off of Etsy, but it was a long time ago. But when you get those, you know you're going to have a very even cut, which is going to help your end result of your mosaics look better. Okay, now, well, hold on. That little guy stretched a little bit, but I'm going to take care of it when it comes out of the oven. You can take a nail file and even them out, or you can take tonic scissors. These are Tim Holtz tonics, and cut. You can use regular scissors too. It's just the tonic scissors are easier because they're like a little saw. You can hardly see because they've glue or something on them. Can you see? Anyway, they're serrated in a different way. Okay, so it's going to thunderstorm here today. From 11 to 7. Downpours and thunderstorms. Yippee. Okay, I have plenty of these, so... God, this is really sticking. It's that Cernet. This one I'm going to just cut in half. Thereabouts. Do not measure these. I find that they end up fitting. They're the perfect size sometimes when you get an odd spot. This one I'm going to cut into thirds. Just randomly. Give me some different size variations or height variations, if you will. And this one, I'm going to go ahead and cut it in thirds, but I'm going to cut it this way. And I'm going to have leftovers. This is like too much, but we're going to be doing something with scraps pretty soon. Not scraps, but leftover tiles. You know what else I'm going to have leftover, guys? I resined these last night. These are the tiles that we did. They turned out gorgeous. I don't think I'm going to use them. I mean, I can't say 100%, but there was a specific, look at, they're like glass. I love them. But I'll always use them. I don't care that I'm not going to use them. But there was a specific box I sold at the auction and that she took a screen grab of. And so we're trying to get close to that, but she knows I don't replicate things. I can get pretty close. But that's the one thing, if you're going to do this, if somebody has an idea in mind, be very, very careful if you weren't the artist. And if they don't give you creative freedom. Everybody I work with gives me the creative freedom that I need. Because if I don't have that, there's not going to be a good piece. I mean, and same with you. They're hiring you for your creativity and your skills and your knowledge. Okay. So, I'm actually not going to keep you on camera while I do the blue and the green. I'm going to go through the same process that I did for the pink. Now, these have been sitting here for a day or two. Was it yesterday? I don't remember. So I'm going to run these through the pasta machine one more time, get them back to, you know, some of these little divots from my nails or something hitting them. So I'm going to do those two, and I'll show you the tiles when they're done. I can't show you the centerpiece. Oh, yeah, I can. Hold on. Let me grab it. My dog's in the way again. Ugh. Okay. This is still really hot. Okay, don't laugh at my gross. I found an old pot holder. Ooh, that took off some of the... That's okay. It's paint. We can touch up. Huh. I had the other pan on top of here. Okay, so this is still cooling, but I'm gonna touch up those black spots. This big one here I don't think will matter. It's gonna be covered up. Doesn't that look better? I think it looks better. Look at the back of this. It was glued down so well. That weld bond and then the B6000. But I got to go through the process of flattening everything again once I glue it on. But I'll do that off camera because you already saw how I do that. Alright, so how am I going to... Alright, so I will be back. Hello guys, I'm back and I wanted to let you know that I was in a fist fight with my camera and my light. It's been a couple days, and I had some issues happening. You know, you gotta love technology, but I figured it out, so I'm here. I'm trying to get the, I bought a webcam, so when I zoom in and out, I'm not manually doing it and giving you guys a seizure the whole time I'm lowering and raising it. Yeah, so that didn't work out. I have to try again over the weekend. I think I was just trying to do too much at once. So I am back in my regular setup here. Now, I have the blue clays done, and the green ones just came out of the oven. So what I thought we would do while we wait for that is resin the centerpiece. This is where you cross all your fingers and all your toes, because sometimes you can't see all the bubbles. All right, let's talk about this, right? You want to use, this is what I use. Oh my God, everybody has their own opinion. This is what I'm using. Decorum UV resin. It is transparent, quick green, toxic free. It does not smell. And it says it's non-yellowing on the outside of the box, but I'm doing a test with that in the sunlight. I promise you it will not yellow if it's in your house. But if the sun's beating on it, I'm going to do a test. Okay. So, here's where we're going to start. And then the other thing is, I have a makeup brush, a very soft makeup brush, and I love it. And I use this for all my resin. It's all gunky because I use it all the time. But, oh, wait, let me back up a second. Shoot. I went in and added stickles to the flowers down here. Okay, I use diamond. And, okay, let's get back to where we were. You don't want to shake this too much. That's when you get bubbles, and I just shook it. So, I'm going to go around the outside. And on the inside. I want a very, very thick coat. And this is going to be thick. You're going to watch these colors pop like nobody's business. Okay? Makeup brush, Dollar Tree, Amazon, I don't care. That's the best thing to use. You wrap it in foil, and it will stay just as good. It might get a little sticky like mine is, but it still works. So what you want to do is you want to push your resin to the outside and not go over the edge. It will catch the lip. Okay? Watch those bubbles. Go slower than I am. This is going to be a very thick, protective coat. Look how it pops those colors. Stuff's amazing. Now, I'm going to go over the outside, but I'm not doing it as thick. I just want a nice gloss. This whole thing is going to go into my UV light. I have it linked on my Amazon page. It's called Melody Sue. Pick whatever UV light you like. I've had this one for, I don't know, 7 years now. And it's never given up on me. Read the instructions as they come, but basically, you can set the time to 2 minutes, 3 minutes, how how much time you want. Doesn't that look beautiful already? Okay, so then here's the thing. I'm going to put my brush back in my foil. I'm going to put my resin away. Now, we have to look very closely, and I see some bubbles in here. They're tiny. This resin is so good about not having bubbles, but I'm going to turn my heat gun up to, I'm trying to get it in the camera, guys. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Hello? Hottest setting. How about that? Mine's the number 6. But I leave it on low. Did you see that? It just popped those bubbles. This is hot. Now, the thing people mostly do is take a lighter to it over the top to pop the bubbles. I'm a big baby, and I will not do that. I've never seen anyone have a problem with it using a lighter, and it probably goes a lot quicker, and it might be better. But I just sometimes have the worst luck of a lot of people, and I don't want to light my house on fire. And I know I'm exaggerating, but trust me, things happen. And I just can't have a thing happen right now. So, and I'm actually okay with some of these little bubbles. I'm trying to look. I'm way down on my side. Looking here, guys. Oh, God, sorry. I hit the camera with my... Some of these are just going to be stubborn. Oh, there goes one. Oh, it's really hot. Wonder if I should be doing it more up and down. I think we're good. I don't care if there's little tiny... There's a big one on the side, though. Do not want that. Oops. Actually, that's not a bubble. I missed a spot. Okay. This is why we do it in real time. All right. So this, I have to move something that's in the way. A couple things. A few things. A million things. God, my desk just gets smaller and smaller. So this is where we're at. Isn't that gorgeous? I'm going to take it into the UV light under. Now, the Lady Melody I have, I don't know how many watts it is. They have some that have more watts than what this one is. But I'm going to do this for a good 10 minutes. There is a lot to cure on there. So let's see what time it is. 25. 10 to 15 minutes. I can see it, what it's doing in there, so I can eyeball if anything starts curving or anything, but I usually don't have that problem. Okay, so here's all our tiles so far. Actually, let me get the green ones. Back up a second here, guys. Just back up a little bit. Back up the bus. Back up the bus. All right. So, I'm going to go through with you what I did for my stamps and my whatever, my micas. I'm going to go through all that with you. But right now, okay, let's pretend this just came out of the oven. Now, you can cover your pans with foil. I would just make sure it's really tight and you got a very flat surface. I tend to reuse mine and clean them. You can scrape them with your flexible blade, whatever you guys decide. But I, for this project, have decided to use Bright Tone. I took it off my Amazon list, but I'm going to put it back on. I was a little quick to judgment with it. Why am I using this and not what I usually recommend, which is the Quick Shine Floor Gloss? The only reason I'm doing this is because I bought it and it was expensive. And I kind of like it. Now that I've given it some time. So I'm just going to dip in and start sealing everything. Now I will tell you, if you order the Bright Tone, be very careful when you're opening it, because it does not come with anything than a little piece of electrical tape around the outside. There's no protective lid on it, on the interior. So I was very lucky it didn't ruin everything, or that we're not working on the shiniest surface in the planet. Because it just, I don't like the way they package it. But I like the product. So I'm going to use it because I have it. But I'll tell you what, that Quick Shine, which is in my Amazon list, you can pick up from Myers or Target or Walmart or wherever. Stuff's a bomb. When we did a test, it didn't come out much different than this did. And you'll have enough to last forever. You just need to buy yourself jars to maybe pour it in to keep it smaller, because it comes in this like gallon, 64 ounce, like last you the rest of your life kind of size. Okay, these are all covered. Now, I do clean my brush off, but it will remain fine to do further varnishings. Should. It did today. Now, here's the thing with this sucker. I hate the packaging, and I keep complaining about it and not changing it, so that's my fault. You have to really push down on every angle to get it shut. Okay, so that's Bright Tone. It's non-yellowing. I think everything I use is non-yellowing until somebody tells me different. And then I'll go, I haven't had a problem with it. And I'll go, you should put it in the sunlight. And I'll go, oh man, okay. Hey, we're all learning here together. Do not know everything. Okay. Now, I'm going to blow dry the herb. Take my heat gun to it on high. Try and get these dry a little bit. Okay. They're dry. That only took a hot minute. I'm going to take them off. I might have been a little heavy-handed with my Bright Tone, but you know me, that is what happens. So, let's get these off. Now, the reason I do it on the tray, to see how easy that was, nothing was moving on me. I'd rather clean up my tray afterwards. And this isn't going to do it all. But you can easily take your flexible blade or your non-flexible blade, and you just run down, and look, you just pick it all up. Oh, I just put that on the floor. My garbage can was not out. Swell. Okay. That's it. Now, I need to go this way and this way and this way, but I'm not doing that now. You don't want to use your blade? Fine. Pick another one. That was not my flexible blade, by the way. Okay, so let's talk about the fact that these are all wet on the back. Ugh. No, I don't care right now. Let's get through this. So, I took our green, and I have this really cool color from Creative Art Pigments from Jet Age Studio. This is the one. Why is this not focusing? Hold on, let me check something. Okay, here. Jet Age Studio. Okay, they're on Etsy. This is called Sea Serpent. Okay, it's from their Chameleon Pearl series on Etsy. So when I rolled out the clay, I stamped, I have this texture of just like script that you can't read. And I love script. And it's so fancy to go with a crown box, I think. It looks like a love letter or a letter from London or the British, I don't know. I'm getting that take from it. So I stamped that in like I did with the pink with the other one. And then I used the mica powder on there. They're hot. I just did that. Okay, let's talk about the blue ones. So, I used, hold on. God, if I say that one more time, you guys are going to beat me over the head. Brilliant Gold. Pearlex. Okay. And I did a very light touch to go over the top. I got a little heavy here. But you have that gold shimmer on top of the blue, but you don't lose the blue. And then, let me see if I can find a little better one. I put some stickles on it before I baked it. Can't probably really tell right now. Okay. So now, oh, and then these are the tiles that I did to represent like what we did in the main background. I'm thinking I need to pull out my resin piece. Let's get all these green ones in the hopper. So I just use a little Pyrex, or what is this? I don't know. It's Myers plastic container. This is big enough when you do boxes. Okay. Let's pull this out. So this is the resin piece. It's not, it needs a little more time, but it is starting to warp a little bit. Not this, but this. But when we glue it down, it'll be flat. Actually, I don't know. I'll stick it in there a couple more minutes. But I think we're pretty good. So, here's what's going to happen next. We are going to take Well, let me back up a little bit. I'm waiting for the legs to come for this box. I went to the woodpecker's website and I found larger legs because when we do the small boxes, I can use the smaller legs on it, like the baby doll ones. Hold on. Like this, right? But this box is going to be a 6x6. And, oh man, I should put rhinestones in between here. I think I did this one before I started doing that. It's that blue butterfly, one of my first ones. Okay. Squirrel. So I bought some that are larger and taller, and I hope they work. All right. I don't really think there's anything else I can do at this point. But when we come back, we're going to get our box out. We're going to glue the top on. Actually, I might glue the top on. It might be done. I'd love for this to dry overnight. Look how pretty the stickles still come through the resin. Isn't that gorgeous? Okay, let me turn this off. Okay, hold on. Let's do this. Oh, wrong thing. Box top. Oh my god, this is going to be so gorgeous. So what I'm going to do, the resin made it work. This can happen. This is why you might want to consider using a 1 or 2 for your backgrounds. I don't usually have this happen, but I think that's because I can usually fix it. All right, let's glue. I forgot to order more. Okay. Now, remember, we still have to use the B6000 on it. Did I use B7000 last time? I go back and forth, guys. I'm not sure yet which one I like more. Oh. It's not up there. It's down here. Okay. Okie doke. This is an example of how much you should use. I'm so sorry about my voice. Still having the drainage down the back of my throat. And it's killing me. Okay. Now, silicone brush. Love it. Wipe it off. Good as new. I'm going to use the B6000. I don't know why. It's multi-purpose, not just for beads. E6000 would be your best bet. But I'm not buying that anymore. It smells really bad. And it doesn't have a precision tip, so it blocks. So whatever you're paying for your glue, you'll never be able to get it back out of there. Okay, so can you see me? I see you. No, I don't. I'm kidding. All right. Remember, we have wiggle room here. I have to stand up. And I can't see over the dumb camera. Don't worry about your fingerprints getting in there, guys. You can clean this with a baby wipe or a wet paper towel. I haven't tried Windex, but I bet that would work. And then don't worry about this. This glue dries clear. But I mean, of course, you don't want to have a, you want to get as close as you can. I need to move this a minute. Sorry. I can't see over my camera. Okay. Gorgeous. So this needs some serious weight. Okay? It is really picking up. So I'm going to end this video, but I'm going to show you what I'm going to do. Hold on. Something else we're going to be doing is when you don't need to use polymer clay, you can use chipboard. You can use black chipboard. Okay, this is, should I separate? Okay, I'm too close to the camera. Now, here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go away because these weigh, they are so heavy and much heavier than the coasters. I just want to make sure. This might need to come down a little more. I just want to make sure it's perfect for her. Okay. This is what happens now. These are going on here. Both of them. Overnight. Okay. So, I'm going to go, and I'm going to be right back in the morning, and we'll see how we made out, okay? See you soon. Okay, guys, so I've stepped back a little bit, and this is still drying. I always talk about the creative process, and hopefully third time's a charm, and I think it is. I was not in love with the way the lid came out, and I don't know why. And so after I glued it, I had to try and get everything off of it. This is still drying. It'll be fine. So I redid it again. The whole thing. Printed out a new piece, stickled it, resined it, gave it the frame around the edge with the black, did a new piece of gold leaf, and the only thing I did different on the gold leaf, and I didn't do this with you because it would have been duplicated of what I did earlier, is I found this Martha Stewart pearl. It's called Pink Taffeta. Pink Taffeta. And I put a little bit of that here too. And I'm very satisfied now. When you walk away and you come back, you will see things. You have to determine how nitpicky you're going to be. I love my work. I would have kept what I had. But it bugged me enough that I felt like I needed to do a redo. And you guys know I don't clip the bad stuff out of my videos. I leave it in because to me, one of the biggest parts of the learning process or getting inspired by someone else is that they're going through the real process. Okay? And so that is what I am going to continue to do. And you've seen some of my videos where they go along perfectly seamlessly, but that's not the norm. Normally, you're redoing something, you're fixing something, you don't like something, so you do something else. That is why this is a long process. That is why we don't charge $35 for our pieces, because it is our time, our money, our creativity, and our talent that go into everything. And for me, that is how I am. So you can do it too. And I just want to encourage you. And if you're feeling down about something, to be honest with you, if this wasn't a custom order, this would be right now where this goes aside and I start a new project and then I come back to it. Okay? But I've taken a break from this for 2 days, except gluing this on this morning. And I feel like I have a fresh pair of eyes now, and that's exactly the state of mind I want to be in. And we're getting to the fun part. We're going to start decorating with the tiles. So I need to go set this back down under my weight. Okay. Wax paper, then the heavy cardstock. Okay, it's doing its job. It's working really well. I will say, I think next time I'm not going to do my big pieces on a number 3. I'm going to go back to a 1 or 2 because they're just warping like crazy. And I did bake them for an hour, so everybody knows. And then I turned the oven off and left them in there. So they cooked baked, whatever, for a long time. Okay. Now, before we get to the tiles, I got my order of these jumbo legs, and I love them. So our box, where is it? Here. The main part of the box, right, where these are going to go underneath. Oh my God. Sorry. These are going to look awesome. This is a 6-inch box. I can't use the smaller ones that we use on the 4-inch. So as I mentioned before, I went to woodpeckers.com, or woodpeckers, just Google it, woodpeckers wood dolls. These are the jumbo daddies to work with these later. Now, back to the tiles. Let's talk about the colors. Everything turned out perfect. I have, this just came, so I didn't have it when we were, because that was a piece I had done for, I don't know, it was in my stash. So this is the yellow gold glitter. And I love it. You can't really tell in the packaging until you get it warmed up and all the polymers mixed in. This is such a go-to, and Christmas is coming. I need to order some more. Okay, and then we have our greenish blue with the gold, our pink, our gold foiled, and our green. So I think we have enough to go on here. So I'm pretty happy about that. And then we have the whole kit. I have my container with everything in it. And then I also have some gold leaf strips for grouting that I had found in my stash. Exact same thing we do with this process, but you don't put paint on it. And the beauty of this is, once this is all done around all the sides, then we can put stickles on it. We can put, maybe I want a little more pink on here. Maybe I want to put rhinestones in all of these. Maybe I do want to put some color on here. But this is at the point, oh God, I knocked over all those things and they fell in my rhinestones. Where we're going to do the sides. Okay, so this is ready to go. Remember, we did not paint these sides. It's tackier that way. When you paint it the same as you did on the inside, and on the back, you're going to get that shiny surface, which is fine. They'll stick to that. Never worry if you have already varnished. All right, there goes my voice. Okay. I have Red Bull mixed with Propel right now, because I need a little wake me up today. It's raining. It is so dark outside, and it's supposed to thunderstorm and pour buckets all day. It's only 8:45, and my husband's already pulled water out of the pool, and I don't know. It's just going to be one of those days, which I love. I love these days because I can sit down here all day long. All right. Let me pull this up. Again, I'm trying to work on getting a new camera where, I can do that automatically. But it didn't work for me, and I got really, really frustrated. So again, I walked away from it. So maybe today I'll try it again. I signed up for a third party where I'm going to be able to post to Facebook and YouTube simultaneously if I do lives. I'm also going to be able to do a picture of myself while I'm working on the screen. And it's just a very friendly software that I invested in. So when I get that all hooked up, I'm just started in April. It's only July. So things are going well. So I'm going to do a little bit more. Oh, and I am going to be doing another giveaway. And I cannot wait for you guys to see what we're going to be giving away. This giveaway is not anything that I made. This giveaway is going to be products. It's going to be products that I have extras of. It's going to be products that maybe I found a kit where I found a different mosaic shape, but I already had some of the other shapes. So I'm going to add those. I have an extra pair of the big utility cutters. It's going to be a really nice giveaway. I don't know if I can get it together today because I still want to get a couple things to add to it. But it's going to be cool. Okay, back to our project. So I am going to start just laying out tiles. Okay, because that's where you start. This one is a little uneven. I'm going to take my scissors and I'm going to trim just the very end of that. These are my tonic scissors. And I don't like this end here sticking out. So I'm going to file it. This is a very tedious project, but you got to do what you got to do to make it right. Okay, now we're going to have some opportunities for some smaller pieces in here. And I want to make sure I get enough of these big pieces, which I'm not going to have enough of if I keep going like this. I need to start using some smaller ones. Okay. Green? No. Blue? What do you guys think? I need to leave room for some grout and that looks really pretty. I am not afraid to put two tiles up against each other. Guys, why is my work email going off? Great, my password's about to expire and I'm on vacation for 10 days. Well, I guess I'll have to jump in there and change it. I won't remember it when I come back. That'll be fun, calling the IT help desk. All right, so I got myself into a predicament with the way I laid these out. I forgot. I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to leave some room on the edges to do the ball chain. I don't think that's going to happen here. We don't have to do it. If we do it, I'll show you what I mean. 2, 3. Okay. This would be a nice spot for a piece of the gold, yellow gold glitter, but I have to trim it down a little. Now, I always cut these and then they're a little crooked, so I have to go back in. Okay, that works. I didn't have to cut it that much. Oops. I don't have a lot of those, so I guess those can both be rhinestone fillers. That one's crooked. Yeah, this will work. I need to cut the end off because it's warped. That's what happens when you lay these out on your cookie sheet. Sorry, cutting off camera. Boy, that's really crooked, huh? Bend it back a little. This is why I only cook my stuff for 25 to 30 minutes, guys, because it's done. But you're still able to manipulate it if you need to. Okay, the rest of this is going to be rhinestone bling. This one does look crooked, doesn't it? Dang it. I don't know where the other end of it went. Literally, I didn't feel it fall off my desk. That's all right. We're going to do a filler. That's better. Actually, that works better because then I can just do a line down here. This one's still too long. And we have stickles to fill stuff in with, so I think, sorry, I was back too far. Trying to get close today again for you. So I think this side is done. So I'm going to go ahead and show you how I do this. Guys that watch me all the time, you may want to fast forward this part, and my feelings will not be hurt. I like to line these up on my desk when I'm doing boxes. I don't do this with the bigger ones. So that I can glue everything down at the same time. It's a little bit speedier, to be honest, and a lot less messier. Okay, let me grab my weld bond. I have to do this off camera because my bottle's too big. This is what you guys want to use. It's on my Amazon list, weld bond. They sell a smaller size if you don't want to buy the big size, but they're going to end up costing the same. So, and I think it's a 2-pack of the small one. This is the industry standard go-to for doing this type of work, and it works beautifully. So, that's why I'm not like giving you options here. When I do these, that's not an option. Now, baby wipe. To prevent this from being unclogged, you see all this glue? You need to clean the top off once you close it, so it'll be ready to go next time. Now, I also, as you've seen before, I'm taking it step by step. I'm using a silicone brush. I actually have too much glue on here. You do not need a ton, and it dries quicker too. Just like that, the whole thing's now covered. Now I'm going back in with a little bit of a firm stroke. Look at all that glue that I'm going to waste because I put too much on. This is about the amount you want. You want it to be a little transparent. It dries clear. So I don't know what to tell you about how much to put on because, as you can see, I still don't have the perfect idea. Depends on your mood. It depends on the day. It's just like... Now, this goes so quickly because you've already measured out everything and cut everything up until the decorating part. I don't like this being so long now. Yes, I cut it after I put the glue on. There we go. Perfect. So I have room for rhinestones in all these places, but I'm actually going to move this down now. So I have rhinestones here, rhinestones here, rhinestones here. You want to go to the top and make sure you're not over the lip, that you're just right at it. You can also, if this glue is bothering you, just wipe it off. Okay, but it does dry clear, so no worries. For me, it's more of a, I'm going to get it on myself kind of thing. Make sure I didn't move anything too much while I was doing that. This will be a place for stickles. It turned out pretty. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the other sides off camera, and then I'm going to come back and we'll do the grout piece of this. Okay? Because this is going to get really tedious and boring. If you guys want to stay on and watch this, I'm just telling you right now. So let me go ahead and do that. I got to let this dry for just a hot minute before I turn it so it doesn't all move. But that's the other nice part of not using a thick coating of the Weld Bond, is that it's not going to be like so movable. And these will be dry in 5 minutes. I mean, 5 minutes they'll be secure. Won't be dry in 5 minutes. But you can already see it's drying. It's becoming clear. And then I had more over here, so it's not yet. Okay, so I'm going to go do that. And then I will be right back with how the other sides turned out. And yeah. So, all right, I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I have all 4 sides done. And this has just turned into the most beautiful piece already. And wait until we grout it. Before we do that, I want to paint don't want to paint my clay. My scrap clay came with it. I want to paint the legs. Oh, somebody fell way back here. Okay, so I'm going to do one. Well, I don't know. Let's just see how this goes and what we talk about. I want to back up 1 second, actually. When I was gluing this, you saw my process of putting the tiles down and gluing the whole side and then placing the tiles on it. Another reason I do that, I said it gets messy, but it gets sticky. If you do 1 by 1 tiles, you tend to get the glue on your fingers, and if you are working with gold leaf, it will rip it right off. I thought I had that happen somewhere, but I guess I didn't. Oh yeah, right here. That you can't see. Okay. So, it's fine. And I can even still paint over it, but you gotta watch your hands getting so sticky. So, what I like to do is just put some paint out. And I'm using the Americana acrylic lamp black. Again, it is my go-to black paint. I only need 1 coat. I am not going to worry about the bottoms. Ooh, I'm going too fast. It's popping stuff. These will be painted, then they will be sealed. I'm going to do the bottom of this in gold. And I'm going to put rhinestones around the rim. So I'm okay that I got a little messy there. All right, this isn't taking too long. You know, I hope this helps with understanding what a process this is and how long it really does take. I actually have about, I don't know, at least 20, maybe 30 hours into this so far. And some of it's because I'm slowing down to walk you through the process, but it's just, that's, to get the outcome that we have, that's what we need to do, right? So I'm going to paint all these. I had something else I was going to talk to you about. I'm getting a cramp in my hand. I use my good paintbrushes for this. I don't use my cheapy disposable ones. There's a very big difference. You don't get any brush strokes, and I don't want any brush strokes on anything. Go around, and if you see something puddled, you know, these are so easy to paint because you can just pick up the head for the one side. What else? You know, I'm really thrilled with the feedback I've been getting, and I just have to thank you guys because that's what keeps me going sometimes. And I'm glad I can help. And I want to remind you, just remember, you can message me. And I would recommend to do it now. My page has grown. It's doubled in size since I started, which was only in April. And so I will get back to people as much as I can, and I love doing it. But my goal is to continue to grow my page, get out there for people. I forgot a glass of water for this. Dang it. It's my favorite brush. This is I'm using a Zen number 4. C43F. It's a flat level 2. These are sold at Michael's. Very soft, but they're awesome. Make sure I didn't miss anywhere. Look, this one's almost dry already. Can he stand it? I mean, aha! Love this paint, and it's so pretty. That one we just finished, so it's still drying. Okay. I'm gonna take a heat gun. Yeah, so I mean, you guys can message me about anything. Just go to my Facebook page. It's linked at the top of the comments. And people do that all the time. And then one of my upcoming videos very soon here is going to be a beginner's video. I have a lot of you that are just starting or haven't worked with Polymer Clay before. So I want to give you some advice. If you go on YouTube, you can find tons, it's already dry, tons of videos. But I'm going to do my own so you guys know where I was, how I got started, and what I've learned and what I recommend. The first place I would go is to Blueberry Beads and see if you can get a multi-pack that it has Primo and Sculpey in it of different colors. Okay. But I'll cover all that in the video. Now, I have to go wash my brush. Darn it. Darn it. I wanted to keep on going. I will be right back. Okay. Brush is clean, ready to go for another round here. I'm going to be doing the head, if you will, which is really going to be the footer, in Treasure Gold. 5535 OR Brilliant Metallic Acrylic Paint. This is highly recommended, and it's by Folk Art Plaid. This is very expensive, guys. I just want to remind you, I've been working my way up, and little by little I collect new things. You know, these paints last forever. Okay? So I was watching how painting recommendations and techniques, and this guy sold me into this one, and I actually love it. Now, this often takes 2 coats. You can also use gold leaf. My lids are currently stuck on. I'll pull the bottle out in a second. So we just want to get a good coat on here. A base coat, if you will. I've never tried to cover it with gesso first to see if there's a difference. But I mean, isn't this gorgeous? Okay, gold leaf. Oh man, can I get to it? Ouch. This is also by Plaid, and you cannot even see. But it's gold leaf. Here, I have another one. Liquid leaf. Sorry. Liquid leaf. Classic gold. Man. That stuff will look so pretty on here, but I'm going to leave them out, so I remember to ask John to get them open for me. Gold leaf is messy, and gold leaf cannot be sealed. Well, I'm not going to say that 100%. You seal it, and it just dumbs it down so much, it's not even like you used gold leaf. So I'm like, well, heck. I'm just going to do this then. And these are gorgeous. These are just so gorgeous when they're done. This box is going to be something else, man. I'm telling you. So what I think I'll do here is finish painting these, and then when I come back, we're going to do the bling around the legs, like this part, and the bling inside of our box. I'll be right back. All right, guys, let's rock and roll. So while the dowels, the feet are drying, we're going to fill our grout. Now, I have some bigger spots on what I'm regularly used to, but we're going to give this a go. Now, I like to use rhinestone trim. Hello? Okay. Let me get my... This is the glue we're going to use, the B7000 with the gold on the label. There's different B7000s. You want this one. You won't have to worry about them. Guys, watch using hot glue if you're going to mail something, especially during the summer. Word of advice, just watch it. Okay, this is perfect because then I have room for stickles. So, I need... Got to get your little clippers. Scissors actually work on this just fine. Oh, maybe I should put these on my Amazon store because I haven't done that. So I'm going to fill this space with the B7000. And then this is where your hands and nails can get a little glue on them. Look what happened to mine. Sorry it's like that during the video. I just redid them and it's gel polish, but I'm self-admittedly a little rough on things. Now I have an idea here. Now I'm going to do this just the same, because I'm going to put stickles in it. Yeah. That's going to look beautiful. So I'm going to put it on the outside edge. And that'll get filled with stickles. This will get filled with stickles. It'll all even out. Don't worry about me. I'm okay. I saw what was happening the whole time. Okay. You guys, my husband went to the eye doctor and just got home. It was $536 for one pair of glasses. I'm like, I went last week and got 2 pairs for $450. We have insurance, and we have good insurance. They're like, regularly it would be $1,800, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, but we have insurance. Don't try to sell me on a discount when we have insurance. They did that to me. And then the guy took off $50 because I put protection plan on both of mine. So whoever he had today, I even talked to her because he told me how much I called him. I'm like, can I please talk to this lady? Because there's something off. And I told her, I'm like, I got 2 pairs for less than that and whatever. They just walk their way through it and you're not prepared. So I'm calling IMED on Monday. All right. I'm not doing stickles yet. We also have to decorate these tiles with some bling. Okay? We're just doing this part right now. Sorry, I didn't mean to go off on a rant, but I was a little mad. That is a lot of money. That is a lot of money. A lot of money that's not going to go to Amazon. Poor me. I'll survive. I got you guys. Keep me busy. Okay. Let's go. Pretty, pretty, pretty. These are large, and I might want... Let me see something. I want to try... I have this bling, and I usually get 2 boxes out of it. It's actually $20 a pop. And I actually get 2 of the 4-inch boxes out of it, but she wanted the 6-inch, so I'm going to have to open a new one, which thank God I have. I didn't think of that when I was quoting this. Those are gorgeous. Let's do that. And that'll match the trim we're going to do around the top of the box on the side. If you know what I mean. There's 1. And there's 2. And they fit perfect. Do you love it? I love it. I'm so excited about this. Now this one's going to go in and need stickles next to it. I just put my fingernail in it, and I guess it just takes a little bit of time, but then it's pretty quick to figure out what you need to do to get the right amount. And the other thing I like about this chain, this rhinestone chain, is that it is so sparkly, but not only that, if I needed to, I could have added another one in there. It gives you a little wiggle room. Maybe I'll just put another one in there. I don't know if it'll fit, but it looks like it will. Yeah, it will. B7000 gives you a little bit of time to move some stuff around, so I'm not freaking out like it's super glue. Which super glue gets really messy, and there's a time and a place for it, and it's not here. Okay? It's just not here. Get a little tight up here. Just work your way through it. Oh, brother. Come on. Super glue also you don't ever want to use for your rhinestones, because I used to do that and they would get cloudy. I'm like, what the heck is wrong? Now I got it stuck to my fingers. Oh boy. Let me get my needle tool. Gotta watch my videos so you can have one of these pretty needle tools too. They're the best thing. Look at that. I have to make some new ones. Got a little thin up here, but it worked. Okay. Gorge. Look at that bling. Okay, next side. I don't think these will fit, but I'm gonna, yeah. I'm stubborn. I gotta try. Yeah, it'll fit down there. That one works. I think it's too, we don't have enough room for another one, but let me clip that off and just see. Actually, it's sticking up too much, but I'm going to try. This may all fall apart, guys. Cut it down. Yeah, that'll work. All right, we're on a roll, baby. Okay, let's start down here. one right here. I really like that. I really, really like that. All right, let's go back to these. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Make sure you can see what I'm doing. I don't like my camera angle again. But I'm like, you guys are probably like, well, just fix it. Jeez, you always complain about your camera angle. I don't know. I'm trying, guys. I'm trying. That wasn't a very good whistle. A little better. Dogs are probably going to come running. Okay, last side. Let's see if this will fit in here. Not really. But I don't want to go to ball chain, so hold on. I have this smaller rhinestone chain. It'll fit perfectly in there. That's why it's custom. You'll never make the same thing twice. You could get pretty darn close though. But everything I sell is an original. A one-of-a-kind original. I do reuse some of my, where did my phrases. The next project I have is the boots project. Don't let your head hang down unless it's to admire your boots. I have another custom order, but it's going to look totally different. It's going to be in blues and not pinks. Here, that one fits good. This one's gonna fit good. Let's get those in. You know, when you're laying these tiles, you just gotta move them around when you first put them down to figure out where you really want to put your grout in, which my grout is going to be these rhinestones. But you can use thin pieces of, you know, foiled leaf or anything else. And then sometimes I get so ahead of myself, I glue down and then before I measured it, and I'm like, what the? That's going to be a problem. So then I got to guess, but it always works out. I'll get that up there. Come on, work with me, work with me. And we still have to do the lid because I'm adding these to the lid. So that's what we're going to do next. Okay. Just want to be as precise as possible. But not so precise that it looks like a machine made these, you know. I hate that. Going around to make sure everybody's even. Whoops. Glue starts to dry a little, and then you have some more wiggle room. Okay. You guys, I'm so excited about this. I'm moving my stuff out of the way. You can't see what I'm doing. All right, here's the top of the box. This is going to be so awesome. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Okay. Now, well, yeah. Okay. I got everything to stay down. It looks really pretty. The stickles are still coming through on my flowers underneath and then up at the top a little bit. So it looks really good. So now I'm going to take our rhinestones again. And the way I like to do this is do it so that one oh crap, there's glue. I got it. One hangs over the side. And this is going to look perfectly matched up when we're done. Okay, so one, I'm just going to glue this now. You go right along the border. Remember, this dries clear. I have to go a little out from the border. Longer they get, the easier they are to twist on you. Pack your patience, guys. Be very careful. And then I want this to come out by one. Does that make sense? I have one that overhangs down here. Well, Sloppy Joe. Perfect. All right, now, almost glued it before I did this. That little bugger does not want to stick out for me. Am I putting you guys to sleep, or are you enjoying this? I don't usually go through videos in this much detail. I'm like, oh God, I have so many clips to this video so far. It's going to take me a hot minute to get it, to go through it, get it edited, but I want to do it as soon as I can for you guys. What the heck? Come on, work with me. I seem to be working a little quickly. Maybe that's why. Come on, little piggy. So it looks like you guys are enjoying the videos I have. I'm still looking for some new content. I know we're going to do the bigger beginners one. Look what I just did. I told you I was going to do that. What's wrong with me? What else do you want to see? Let me just do this. I mean, I love people to give me ideas. I know, I can't remember, Elaine, maybe Cheryl, we talked about maybe doing when I paint checks. I do have a print I found that's very, very whimsical that I'd like to do checks with. And I can show you how to paint those and what brushes you need. Unfortunately, yes, you need... Oh, I almost did it again. You guys... God, I'm so dumb. but I can show you how to do the checks. When you paint them, and you can watch it if you want, and if you don't care, then you don't have to watch it. You know what else I wanted to say, guys? You do not have to use tiles to do the mosaics. I have a video where I did the mixed media tiles. Get yourself some scrapbook paper or paint your own. Let me show you this. Well, maybe I can't because I don't know where it is. I have my own book. Oh, here it is. I have... Okay, the inside's done, but we're going to do the outside too. I mean, I'm blinging this one up. So I have a mixed media book, and I paint things in it. So like this is one of my pages. I haven't used it yet. But if you go and look at my mixed media tiles, you'll see how I do all this. It's layering, it's stencils, it's stamps, and I painted all this. This is not scrapbook paper, this is Molly's design. And then like, I have this one that I just love. I think that's it. Nope, I got one more. This one I actually took apart paper, cut them up, and then laid them all down. Yeah, that's my last one. With the polka dots and everything. So you can make your own mixed media mosaics just with... And I oftentimes will make one that goes with my color scheme and insert those in between with the polymer clay tiles. So I have my mixed media tile and I have my polymer clay tiles. They turn out fantastic, guys. Okay, back to this. I don't know if I want to do this, to be honest with you, because we're going to do the sides. Yeah, I do. I really do. Go the extra mile. So when you make those mixed media tiles, you need a really heavy paper to work on. The mixed media paper, I think that was Canson, works well. But you can, I buy sometimes the wood tiles off of Amazon that are like 1 inch by 1 inch and 1.5 by 1, and 2 by 2. But I will also say, you can buy yourself some chipboard. You can cut up a cereal box and glue them to that. Or a granola bar box, like whatever you have. You don't have to spend a lot of money to do those. You just need your paints, a good paper to wear. And I've done it on watercolor paper too. That usually works out really well. But yeah, go check out that video. I think it's a purple and blue thumbnail on it. Why? Fuzz on here. Yep, these things just really like to turn. I have to go one by one. There. Pull this one out. God, I hate getting this stuff on my fingers. You see why I said I need a new needle tool? This poor guy has seen it. He's seen it all. I've had him for years. Just want everything to be perfect. Okie dokie. Yeah, that sucks when your hands get glue on them and there's really no way to get it off right away. You gotta wait for it to dry and just rub them together. And then it's like rubber cement. God, I miss using rubber cement. God, do you remember the days we'd like go in and sniff that? It smelled so good. It was probably so bad for you back then. Oh my gosh. Do you remember taking white glue? Like, we'd used to put it in our pencil tray in our desks and make like little nails out of it. No wonder I wasn't so good at history. All right. Or religion class. I went to a Catholic school growing up, and I didn't get it. Religion is like history to me, and I just am not a... I don't know. I have a comprehension issue. I've never been able to really read something and understand what it's saying. I just read the words. I've gotten much better as an adult, but, you know, everybody's different, and I just had such a hard time in school. I got straight A's in art class, though. D in history, and A in art. Every time. My poor parents. They supported me 100%. I became a graphic designer. And they never forced me or made me feel like I needed to be a doctor, a lawyer, or an accountant. Oh my gosh. You guys, look at this. Holy smokes. It's so pretty. My corner this is picking up, which is making me a little upset. I think my husband must be home. I'm putting Gorilla Glue on it. I don't mind. I don't mind, but that was sticking up a lot. That worked. Okay, good. Yeah. It's the Prussian nozzle one. It's great. It's expensive. It's like $10 for that thing. I don't like to use it unless I have to. Ever. I'm going to take a little bit of this Martha Stewart pearl. Pink taffeta. Just a little bit. Oh, dear. Yeah. I'm going to go over that little black mark right there. And I'm going to clean up the top, because I should have just not done that way. All right. This is so super, super duper. I love it. All right. Now, plug in my glue gun. I'm going to put the feet on next, and then we'll come in with the stickles, because those need to be the very, very, very last thing. Oh, you know what we have to do? Get out my bag of tricks. I forgot I told her we would do this. I need to find some things to put on. And I know she really likes these flowers. How about a little dragonfly? Now, oh boy, sorry, guys. Guys, when you get these, cut off. Close your eyes. Never know where it's going to go. It's on the other side of the room. This happens all the time. Cut off that little rim. If you feel like it's a little sharp, just take a nail file to it, and it'll be just fine. But if you want to make it really nice like that, I don't know what we're going to need. I'm just going to pull out a few things. I have more. I should want a fluor in there. Can always put them back. I have bigger dragonflies. I'm looking. I know I'm going to probably want to use this heart. It's like the sacred heart. So again, I'm going to go in and take this hook off that's meant for a jewelry charm. All right. This will be too big. Okay. Just too big based on the other colors that we have. So let's do it. Sorry, but I'm drinking a lot because I don't want my voice to go bad again. So where do I want this stuff? I don't know that I can cut this one off. Oh yeah, I can. I have to go in between like the letters on here to get this one to stay, because the back has this big ball on it. I might need to pick another one. This one should go down just fine. I don't know that that one's gonna work, guys. That is Bindi barking upstairs. I'm sure my husband is thrilled. She's not listening to him. I can hear it all the way down here. He wants to let her out and she won't go. He's yelling at her. She's looking at him. I can just see what's happening up there. She's looking at him like he has 8 heads. She just wants to bark. So annoying for a little tiny dog. I'm sorry. I'm looking to see what I can use here. because this one's gonna dry and I'm not risking it, guys. I'm just not. You know, if something's for me, I might take a chance, but not for this. Oh, forgot to cut the thing off. It's like way over on the other side of the room. All right. That one will stay. The other thing, if you're having a little bit of a tough time, take your heat gun. Oh, I don't need it. It's already sticking. You can put some heat to this B7000 before you stick anything down, and it should help get it a little more sticky, you know, so you don't have to wait as long. Now, I want to put some rhinestones on here too. And I'm going to go right in between these. And I'm going to use a little bit of a larger rhinestone. I want this to be pimped out, if you will, but not to the point where you're like gagging over it because it's just so much. I can't find my pen. Imagine that. Can't find it. I'm coming down here. Okay, I thought that was my husband. It was just Bindi. Bindi, you seem a little riled up, honey. Alright, I'm going to have to use this old one because I don't know where it went. I think my husband heard me talking and ran the other way. Alright. He does not get this stuff that I'm doing. He was very happy when I had a sale, though. He always says, I see more stuff coming in than going out every time Amazon comes. I'm like, yeah, I know. Sorry. Isn't that pretty? You don't need to put something on every single thing. Alright, what are we going to do here, guys? We have a little bit smaller ones to work with. I kind of like that flower. And I think she'll definitely want a floor. If I know her the way I think. I don't know her. But if I know her style. Oh, that one landed right in front of me. Do a floor right there. And then maybe... yeah, that's what we're going to do on this side. Another one. This one might be a little tricky too. Sometimes I just put it down because I know it dries clear, and then I can make sure it gets into all the nooks and crannies of the piece I'm trying to glue down. You know what I mean? Alright. Oh gosh. It's not alright. I need this stuff to start sticking before I can turn it. The other side's doing okay. I mean, I'd hate to get through all 4 sides and then be like, I'm going to use my hot glue gun as an exception right here, just in the center. The only reason I'm okay with that is because, sorry, the B7000 is going to stick the rest down. I only prefer to use a glue gun when absolutely necessary. And that one was not absolutely necessary. That one's going to be on like nobody's business when it's done. When it's done. Just a shot in the middle. Make sure your B7000 is on the back side though, so that will do the permanent hold. You have the hot glue for an immediate hold, but you have the B7000 for the long-term hold. Like I said, you don't want to ship this stuff and have somebody come back and say all your charms fell off. I haven't had that happen. I'm still waiting to hear from a couple people about what I sent out, and I hope that I didn't screw anything up too bad. All right, we have one more side. It's going to be a little tricky. I'm going to do the B7000 on the outside on this one, and I'm going to put hot glue in the center just for an immediate hold, I think. I don't know if the center's down far enough. Yep. That one's sticking pretty well. That one's good. Teeny drop hot glue. Okay, those are good. Let me check my other sides to make sure nothing's moving. They're good. Okay. Last side. I think I'm going to use the dragonfly here. Yeah, I'm just going to do keep this side simple and then put some rhinestones on it, like I did on the other side. If only hot glue was permanent, huh, guys? But it's nice. You can use it for that immediate hold that you need. All right, I'm gonna go back in here real quick. I didn't put my lid on, so I need to wipe off the top of my. I don't have. A, hope I don't get fabric on that. All right. More rhinestones. So what do you guys think about this so far in this video? I think I already asked that, but I'm just curious if it's way too long for you guys, or if I should have cut it into two. I think the only reason people cut it into two is because of their computer and their upload time. Oh yeah, stick your finger in there, Molly. Smart. Get rhinestones here. I can put some rhinestones here. Do 5. Oh gosh. I missed my other pen. I don't know where it went. This is the wax crayon, which works just fine. It just sometimes can leave a little bit of white wax on top of your yeah, like that one. I can't get it off right now. I have to wait for it to dry. So that means I have to remember that it's on there. Good Lord. Okay. And then maybe I'll put there goes the butterfly, you guys. He's out for the count. Try again. I don't know that I need rhinestones because I have this big blingy one. Hi. What? I had to replug it in. Every Saturday the TV goes out and I have to reset the thing. So maybe I didn't put it up the right way. Okay. Alright, let's put some rhinestones here. Okay, I'm recording something, so just 1 second. It's okay. Alright. Now I have them on all the sides. Butterflies down. Everybody's down. Whew. This thing's getting some weight on it. He's trying to talk to me about something, but he doesn't want his voice to be heard. So I'm trying to be like, nicely like, hello. Alright. We're going to do the feet. I'm going to do 1 foot with you. I'm sure you guys are just bored out of your head. So here's the deal. I'm going to seal this after they're on. I'm going around the outside with the B7000. This is going to be the hold that I need to keep it in place. I'm putting the hot glue in the center. This is going to be the hold that I need to keep them temporarily with an immediate hold. There is glue coming out of the sides. I don't care. It dries clear, and I don't think my client will care. These legs can pop off of here so fast if you don't do them right, guys. This is my biggest fear during the shipping. Okay, I'll do one more and then we're done till I come back. Because I just got B7000 all over my desk. Alright. Drip in the middle. Okay, we have one last thing to do after I get these legs on and I seal them. So I'll be right back and we are going to get this puppy done. Okay? Okay, guys. It's time to work on the legs. I got them painted and, is that better? I got them painted. Yeah, well, you saw that, but I got them sealed, I meant. And again, like my choice on painted wood is Liquitex acrylic gloss varnish. There's a satin and there's also a matte. Now around the rim, I put some B6000 and then I cut my trim and I lay it down just like that. And then it's dripping. Shoot. And then I bring it over. Now, I measured the trim ahead of time and cut 4 pieces. I also have a piece I just found in here under the light that didn't get varnished, which is strange. So let's do that real quick. This is when you start seeing anywhere you want to touch up that you might have missed. And we're all human. We're all going to miss something. I mean, geez. But you really want to double check and triple check as much as you can. I don't see really much missing. This side needs some more. Sometimes it's just the variance of how heavy or thin you put on your varnish that can sometimes, you know, make it look like one side has a little more than the other. So you just want to look and say, oh, maybe I'll touch that one up with another coat here. Maybe I missed the bottom. Maybe I missed one streak. Oh my God, it is raining so heavy outside. It sounds like it's in my house. This place better not get flooded out. I'm going to be a very sad lady. All right. So everything's done. Now I did buy some little felt tabs that I haven't tried yet for the feet. But they look so amazing. This whole thing is just so awesome. Okay. So I'm going to let all that dry. And then we're going to finish the top, and then we're going to put stickles on the sides. So stickles are always the last thing that I do because they take so much time to dry. So I have this trim. This trim is $19 for, I don't know, 3 yards. Okay. It's on Amazon. I don't know that it's in my list, though. Here's the thing. The boxes get heavy. So we're going to put it on the bottom, and that'll help us. And this is how it's gonna look. Can you even stand it? I think I put my, oh no, it's right. No, it's right. I thought I put my fleur-de-lis on upside down for a minute there, but I didn't. Alrighty, dighties. So, this is where I make an exception to the rule. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to put down the B7000. You want to go right along the middle. I'm a little above the middle because I'm going to put hot glue down. These things shift so much without hot glue that I have to do it. And I haven't had a problem with it at all. I think because there's so much glue and this is so heavy that it doesn't tend to melt and slip or anything. I don't know. I don't care. I'm just happy. Now, stay as close to the center as you can, please. And once you have your spot, you need to remember where this is so that every side can stay the same. Okay? Why did I take the lid off of that? You knew you were using it again. So I'm putting this more towards the bottom or the top, depending on your angle there. I need to push in my other glue. Okay, here we go. This can get a little tricky sometimes. Just pulling off some glue snots, guys. All right, side 3. You know, I don't really try to be this messy, sloppy person. I love my stuff, but I am an artist, and sometimes we get a little messy and sloppy. And organized chaos is my life. My craft room is so organized, but if you looked at it, you would be like, what? Did a bomb go off in here? I just work little by little to organize it. But I think I can speak for both of us. Okay, here's the $1 million question. Is this going to add up? And where do I need to cut it? It is going to add up, and I need to cut it right here. And everything came out fine. I get so nervous when I get to the end of a project, like, please don't mess up after I did all this work. You know what I mean? Oh, brother. I love this project so much, but it has really been a lot of work. As a lot of them are. I just haven't done this on a 6x6 box. I can't believe how much material and time and tiles it took. Okay. This box is ready to be done, so let's get the stickles on the side. Put my glue up here. I need to wipe off my desk. I got some glue on it. Okay. Now, top is done. Oh my god, it's glittering and shining, and it's just so awesome. All right, now I'm going to use pink stickles. This is called pink taffeta. Oh, that's interesting, just like the Martha Stewart paint we used. They both have the same name. I'm just going in any really big areas with this. I want to add more glitter, and I don't mind the black coming through at all, you guys. I don't. And I'm not going to cover every single one of them up. That's what's adding the contrast so your tiles really pop. Hold on. Let me just, for the sake of time, swell. Get a new one here. Okay. It's that easy. I'm going to go down the side here a little bit. Oops. Take your finger to it and just wipe it off. I need to flip to this side though, because it went over this side. And this never hurts, because you'll get some glitter. So I just wasn't expecting all that to come out like it did. Now I can only do 2 sides, and then I have to come back and do the other one because I want them to dry. Oh my God, this is gorgeous. I'm so happy with how this turned out. I know I went back and forth a little bit, but all right, now I have to leave these 2 sides. Look at all that. Look at all that. I hope she's happy. Okay, so I'm going to go away and I'm going to come back with the finished project. If I don't come back with it, I'm just going to post a picture, okay? Because this is the end. I just have to do the other 2 sides of... I almost said Skittles. Stickles. All right, guys. Thank you for watching. I know this has been a long one. I also put my seal on the bottom. Make sure you sign your pieces, folks. Very important. There's the thunder. Okay. Bye.